Please welcome Candace Montgomery, Atlantic Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to In Pursuit of Happiness, our inaugural flagship experience dedicated to finding new ways to lead a more meaningful life. I'm Candace Montgomery, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Atlantic Live, and we are so glad so many of you have been able to join us from around the world. It has been quite a year for all of us. A global pandemic, a reckoning over racial injustice, and a highly contentious political season have rocked so many of us. We've lost loved ones, experienced profound loneliness and isolation, and faced financial hardship. But we are in May, and May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So with that in mind, our goal today is to examine the emotional challenges we face and explore ways to unlock happiness in our complex daily lives. We have so much lined up for you today. We'll hear from leading scholars, thinkers, a spiritual leader, the U.S. Surgeon General, Broadway performers, and even a special message from the Dalai Lama. We'll leave time for you to ask your own questions, of course, and network with other attendees. And you can also access the full agenda via the Schedule tab. Now, before we get started, we want to recognize our underwriter, Equitable, for supporting The Atlantic. Thank you, Equitable, for making this program possible. We also have an artist joining us today. She'll be creating a visual gratitude journal live throughout the day. So here's where you come in. Think about what you're grateful for. It can be anything connected to you, and then add it to the chat to the right of your screen. Our artist will incorporate as many of your gratitudes as possible into her drawing. We'll check back in with her a bit later to see how she's doing. We're also honored to be participating today in the first ever Mental Health Action Day, a partnership of over 900 organizations, brands, government agencies, and cultural leaders who are committed to shifting the conversation from awareness to action around mental health. We've provided a link in the chat and in the lobby so you can learn more about how to support your loved ones and yourself in improving our collective mental health. Now, in our first block of programming, we'll examine what is happiness. I have the pleasure of introducing Arthur Brooks. He's a professor at Harvard, a podcast host, a writer, and all-around happiness expert. If you're at this event, you are likely familiar with his weekly column in The Atlantic called How to Build a Life. He'll be sharing happiness exercises for you to try at home throughout the program. And now, he's here to kick off your day and talk about the science of happiness with The Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg. Arthur and Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Candace. Welcome, everyone, on behalf of all of us at the Atlantic, our core of journalists, our whole team. We're glad to have you here. And let me welcome Arthur, our writer, our happiness guru. Arthur, thank you for you get your happiness turtleneck on. I didn't realize that until I saw you. Good for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the secret. It's the secret, Jeff.
Arthur, you're the inspiration actually for this whole conference in a way. You've been providing our readers with some definitions and some deep academic and spiritual understandings of happiness. So let's just start right at the most obvious question of all. What is happiness? Because the answer, as I understand it from reading you and talking to you, is that the answer is not as obvious as many people think it is. So what is happiness?
People think of happiness, and by the way, thanks to everybody for joining this. You know, if we could build a movement around the science of happiness and how to bring it to more people, we could literally change the world, and we could do it quickly. It could start here with the Atlantic and with this particular community. So thank you for being committed to this in your own life and the lives of other people. Now, a lot of people ask, you know, if happiness is something you can write about, you have to be able to define it really easily. And of course, people tend to define it in different ways, but the biggest mistake that they make is thinking that happiness is just a feeling. That's one tiny aspect of happiness. That's called affect. If you want to understand fundamentally what happiness is, think of it as a meal, sort of subjective well-being. That's what we social scientists call it. And that meal has three macronutrients to it. The three macronutrients of happiness are enjoyment, satisfaction, and purpose. That's really important to keep in mind because enjoyment, satisfaction, and purpose, they come from different things and different experiences, and not all of them are actually even pleasant. When you look at purpose, for example, purpose requires challenge, it requires suffering, it requires pain, it requires being fully alive in the world. And here's the paradox of happiness. To get the full macronutrient profile of happiness, especially purpose, requires a little bit of unhappiness, maybe a lot of unhappiness as well. So it's a complex thing, but once you take it apart like that, you can really start understanding it. And that's what we're trying to do here at the Atlantic. So that's the first big way to understand happiness. Now, people who are unhappy, the first thing I do diagnostically, and when you write about happiness as a social scientist, and I teach about it at Harvard University, everybody treats you like a psychiatrist. And so they say, I'm unhappy. The first thing I do diagnostically is I see if they're unbalanced across this macronutrient profile. The same way, if your nutrition was no good, I'd see if you're eating too many carbohydrates, not getting enough protein, for example. And so I'll see, are you too heavy on enjoyment and too light on purpose? Is your satisfaction too low? You get the idea.
Are you happy?
Well, that's a tricky question. I'm actually below
yes
average.
No, it's a binary, Arthur. It's a binary. Yes or no?
It's a Manichaean question: happy or unhappy? So actually, this gives us an opportunity. We asked people to take a little assessment of their own happiness. One of the best, very short, psychometrically robust happiness scales when people were registering for the conference. And we collected the data. It was all anonymous, of course. And we actually have a graphic that we can put up that shows the happiness of the people who are here based on a 4-question survey of the general happiness index. So if we can actually show that, this is actually a graphic that looks at what I was just talking about. So let's take this one down and go to the next one here. These are the happiness survey results. And what we find is that on a 1 to 7 scale, where 1 is the most miserable person you've ever met and 7 is the happiest person you've ever seen, or the happiest person you can even imagine, most people on average, they come in around 5. The mean score, the average score in the 20,000 people that are involved in this conference is 4.95. That's the mean. And for those of you statistics wonks out there, 5.25 is the median score. So Jeff, here's the answer to your question. I've taken this and my score is 3.75. I'm at about the 15th percentile among the population of people who are doing this. And you might say, well, that's weird. The Atlantic's happiness specialist, the social scientist who teaches this at Harvard University, is below average. Well, that's actually not that abnormal. People who, I know everybody in America who studies happiness for a living, they're studying it for a reason. My wife is actually a 6.8, and I say, I'm writing about this aspect of happiness and that aspect of happiness, and she says, why are you studying that? In the same way that I would ask, why are you studying air or water? When something is scarce for you, it gets your interest. When it's abundant, it's more prosaic. So I'm a little bit below average, but here's the good news, Jeff. I am rising because this happiness work, the stuff we talk about, the stuff that we write about, if you study it, take it seriously, apply it to your life and share it, you will get happier. And I'm living proof. I've gone up an entire digit in the past 2 years.
That's because you're affiliated with the Atlantic, quite obviously. Talk about the pursuit of happiness as an American concept. People don't really understand what the founders meant when they talked about the pursuit of happiness. So do that, and then add on to that answer, how does one effectively pursue happiness, assuming that is a thing that one can do? But talk about the history of the concept.
Yeah, so the concept, the pursuit of happiness, this was super radical because in historic times, the idea that each one of us should be concerned with our individual happiness, and let alone that we have a right to at least pursuing our happiness, was utterly anathema to sort of the collectivist idea, the lumpen masses. The only people who could pursue their happiness effectively would be the landed gentry, the lucky ones, basically. And this radical and American experiment basically said that we had this right, this maybe even a responsibility to seek our happiness as we see fit, to define it and actually go after it. Thomas Jefferson wrote that, and he cribbed the language from the Declaration of Independence, actually from the Virginia Declaration of Rights, which was written by George Mason. And that talked about life, liberty, and the pursuit of property as God-given rights. And he changed the last one to the pursuit of happiness. He was asked later, why did you write that? And he literally, Thomas Jefferson said, I was taking dictation from the American mind. In other words, the zeitgeist of colonial America at the time, which is obviously hugely imperfect because there was whole populations who couldn't pursue this. But the whole idea, this radical concept, was that we had this new nation that was quite varied. You know, people had different stories, but the one thing that people had in common was that they were ambitious riffraff. That is, by the way, still the American ethos that I find compelling. I'm ambitious riffraff too. This is really what sets us apart. And the progress that we can make, the things that we can do, the way we can treat our lives as a startup, that's the pursuit of happiness. That's not the attainment of happiness, but the pursuit itself, the journey itself. That's the adventure stuff.
What are the key mistakes people make in the pursuit when they're looking for happiness or when pursuing happiness?
Well, this gets at sort of part of the question that I didn't quite answer just a second ago. There are, when we're looking at this meal of subjective well-being, I talked about macronutrients. There are dishes in that meal. There are things that you want to have a really sumptuous, really enjoyable meal. There are 4 things, actually, and the 4 habits, the 4 ingredients, the 4 dishes of happiness, this is the far right column here, is what I call, just in the vernacular, faith, family, friendship, and work. And when I say faith, I don't mean necessarily a traditional religious faith. It could be, but not necessarily. I'm talking about a life philosophy or spirituality or some sense of the transcendent that's bigger than your individual ordinary circumstances. And the reason for that is very simple. When you're focusing on just your life, and I'm going to work and I'm doing this and I'm seeing my friends, and it's like this, watching the same boring television show over and over and over again. So the transcendent zooms you out. Family life are the ties that bind, the kinship ties that cannot be broken. Friendship is where you have your most intimate relationships, where you should, and work simply means earning your success and serving others. Those are the 2 characteristics of work that bring that. Those are the things we need to invest in every day. I mean, it's actually shockingly simple, although hard, but we need to put an investment in this diversified portfolio of happiness every single day, not over-indexing on work or anything else and getting all of these things. Now, the mistake that people make is that they have the wrong portfolio, the wrong set of dishes. And the dishes that people think will bring them happiness and they invest in, or that they eat too much of, we should say, if we're going to keep this metaphor going, I may be attenuating the metaphor, are money, power, pleasure, and fame. Those are the bad 4. Those are the things that you think will bring satisfaction, but do not. And in the case of fame or prestige in particular, you can only ever be happy in spite of it, despite the fact that people think that they'll actually be happy if they get it. It's hugely paradoxical. It's one of the great sources of misery that people make this mistake. People go for money, power, pleasure, and fame, and they should be investing in faith, family, friendship, and work. If we can just knock out the bad 4 and put in the good 4, we go just miles down the road toward greater happiness.
Let's talk about money for a second, because, you know, it's easy when you have a well-paying job, you don't have to be super wealthy, but it's easy to put down money as a source of happiness. But the lack of money must create extraordinary levels of unhappiness. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, you're correct. And I wrote about that a few weeks ago in the column. So those who are, people who are watching who are regular readers, remember this column 3 weeks ago, can you buy happiness, or how to buy happiness? Now, the first thing to keep in mind is that when your mother told you that money doesn't buy happiness, your mother was right. Your mother is always right. but to put a finer point on that from a scientific perspective, what money can do is money can lower unhappiness. Now, I'm not splitting hairs here. This is not, angels on the head of a pin. Happiness and unhappiness are not opposites. This is a big misconception. As a matter of fact, happy and unhappy cognitions are processed in different hemispheres of the prefrontal cortex. So when people say that unhappiness is the absence of happiness, they're wrong. You basically are lighting up different parts of your brain when you're having happy or unhappy sensations. So what you find is that having more money will not bring happiness. It will affect your mood balance, however, especially when you're at the lower end of the income spectrum, because it will lower your unhappiness up to a point. So what happens is, and I remember this, for the first 12 years of my adult life, I hadn't gone to college and I was making my living as a musician. And so I was poor. And I remember I went 6 years without being able to afford going to the dentist. Although I will note that I never seemed to be without cigarettes. So, make of that what you will. But anyway, during those years, I remember, it's like I was suffering through cavities and the whole thing. And it was actually a source of unhappiness. It wasn't a lack of happiness. It was affirmative unhappiness. And then when I finally had enough money to go to the dentist, that relieved a lot of my unhappiness. So what happens is that money relieves unhappiness up to a particular point. Generally speaking, economists find that somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000 a year of household income before taxes. It doesn't really matter how you measure it. We're basically talking about something that's not vast wealth. And beyond that, it no longer relieves unhappiness, and it doesn't bring happiness. And the mistake that we make, like Pavlov's dogs, is that we know that our affect balance improved early on, and we go for that sensation for the rest of our lives, thinking that we're going to feel better, thinking we'll feel better if we actually get more, and it's a mistake because we actually won't.
Talk about genetics for a minute. I imagine there are a lot of people who are watching this who are thinking, oh, this is all well and good, all these good practices, but knowing me, knowing my family, knowing family background, people are thinking to themselves, I just didn't get dealt a good genetic hand here. Talk about overcoming that and talk about the balance between genetics and practice.
Yeah, so genetics are a real thing. People who say they were dealt a bad hand, they're probably right. There's the studies of siblings, of fraternal twins, and especially of identical twins. There's one database of identical twins that were separated at birth and adopted to separate families, then reunited as adults and given personality tests. This was not unethical. You wouldn't do this as a social science experiment. It happened naturally because it's just the way that they were adopting babies back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And it was a really joyful thing, this voluntary reuniting of people who didn't know they had identical twins in many cases, quite amazing and really lovely. But one of the things that they found is that personality characteristics are almost all between 40 and 80% genetic. Now, I hate that. I don't want that. I'm an American. I want to build my life. It's How to Build a Life is the name of my column, for Pete's sake. But I have to recognize that that's true. And one of the dimensions is baseline happiness, which is about 50% genetic. So, so all of us, all the people listening to us, your mother really did make you unhappy or happy. You decide. And so you can be dealt a bad hand. The reason that I'm at 3.75 is a lot of it has to do with the fact that I have very gloomy genetics. I come from a family of pretty gloomy people, actually. And so what I'm having to work on is the other 50% all the time. So this is actually really good news for everybody watching. If you have depressed parents or you have a lot of mental illness or mood disorders in your family, okay, get it treated. If in doubt, check it out. That's all true. But you have half. And especially you have those habits, which are literally a quarter of your happiness is under your direct control. That is unbelievably empowering. Don't spend your time worrying about your genetic bad hand. Spend your time investing on getting yourself above your baseline and staying there as much as you possibly can, in the same way that you would do that in any other part of your life. If you're dealt a genetic bad hand in anything, you're actually going to try to use the tools at your disposal as a recompense for it, as a compensatory mechanism to get yourself better off. And that's the same way to think about happiness as well.
Talk about the role of events larger than yourself in the creation and maintenance of happiness. I'm not only thinking about the pandemic, but I want you to talk about that, of course. I'm even thinking about an overall political climate in this country, which generally speaking has not made people very, very happy over the last several years, and maybe even beyond just the last several years. Talk about that feeling of lack of control that people have over the their destiny of their communities, their country, and so on, and how you can work within frameworks you can't control. I mean, use the pandemic, obviously, because we're coming out an historic experience for the entire world.
So, yeah, so we talked about genetics and we talked about habits. The last part, the last building block in what is leading to happiness. And again, I'm measuring it in a third way. So we can put up that slide again, that very first slide again. You know, the macronutrients that we had, and then we had the dishes. Well, the basic ingredients of happiness are genetics and habits. And the third part is circumstances, and that's what you're talking about here. Now, here's the really interesting thing. Almost everybody thinks naturally that circumstances are everything. If I can get my circumstances right, then if I can affect them in a particular way, then I'll finally find satisfaction. I'll finally be happy. And so, if I get into law school, or I get a really good job, or if I can avoid having a car accident, or I don't have a bad breakup, then I'm going to be happy. And the truth of the matter is that circumstances do affect happiness. Somewhere around 25% of your happiness in any particular time, but they don't last very long. And how you frame them is critical. If you feel like you are a victim of your circumstances, they will affect you a lot more and a lot more negatively than if you reframe them. So let's look at the coronavirus epidemic as a classic circumstance. It depressed a lot of people, although my column this morning in The Atlantic shows that introverts actually got a little happier during the coronavirus epidemic, whereas extroverts like you and me, our happiness, tanked. Now, the way that we can actually reframe that circumstance so that we can mitigate the unhappiness that comes from that, and maybe even turn it into a source of or an opportunity for flourishing, is the way to do that is to ask the right questions. So, for example, everybody says when they talk about the coronavirus epidemic, they ask, what do you miss from before that you want to go back to? And what do you want to get rid of that you hate about the coronavirus epidemic? Those are the two wrong questions. The two right questions, the reframing questions, are what do you not miss from before the coronavirus epidemic and you don't want to go back to? What are the toxic relationships? What are the practices that you hate? What are the things that you did out of sheer inertia? What were the lies you were telling yourself about your life? Those circumstances that you don't want to go back to, and you want to use the circumstance, the disequilibrating once-in-a-lifetime circumstance of the coronavirus epidemic that gave you 12 or 16 months away from those things to not go back to those things. The second question is, what do you actually kind of like? I know that net, you prefer not to have the coronavirus epidemic, but I bet there's a list of 6 or 7 things that you like having lunch with your partner, spending more time in your neighborhood, being able to walk around, having a little walk after lunch, whatever it happens to be, even if it's little or insignificant, that you're going to miss. Make a list of the stuff you're not going to go back to, and make a list of the things you're going to keep. That reframing gives you agency, which will bring you happiness. And if you adopt those things and are serious about it, you will come out of the coronavirus epidemic better than you went in.
One final question for you in about a minute that we have. And by the way, I'm getting texts from friends who are saying, you're an extrovert? Arthur Brooks just accused you of being an extrovert. I think I'm an introverted extrovert. Maybe that would be the best way of describing it.
Well, there's a quiz in my column today, by the way. There's a quiz in my column that everybody can take to find out where they are with respect to the population on extroversion.
The last question, and just take 30 seconds on this, is what advice you would give people. I mean, this moment coming out of the pandemic is an enormous chance for some people to reset, right? They've learned some things about themselves. They've learned some things about where they are in the world. I mean, talk about it specifically as you can in a short period of time. What practices you would encourage people to do right now? How do you do the assessment that says, okay, you know what, I'm dropping X and Y and Z because I found them to be toxic in my life? Talk about that for the last 30 seconds of this.
Okay, so the way to think about that is to go back to one thing that we already talked about, which was the dishes in the happiness meal: faith, family, friendship, and work. And do a little diagnostic on yourself. Do a little inventory on yourself and say, what do I need to beef up? What do I need to do? Now, over the course of the day, as people are watching this festival, I've got these little interjections, some things, some gratitude practices, some other kinds of happiness practices that are really geared toward those four things. So watch these 2-minute interludes that come through over the course of the day, which are positive practices for it. If you're going to remember one thing and one thing only, this is advice that I got from one of my Harvard colleagues. His name is Robert Waldinger, who runs the Harvard Grant Study, which is 80 years of data across people's lives. What do they do in their 20s, 30s, and 40s that makes them happiest in their 60s, 70s, and 80s? And he says that the whole summary of his study is 5 words. Happiness is love, full stop. The one thing to remember is to cultivate our relationships with our family, with our friends, with our neighbors, with our enemies, is finding actual ways that we can have love and reconciliation with other people. The beginning of the happiness movement is the love that we have for each other as sisters and brothers across all differences. That is the ultimate embrace of diversity. That is the ultimate expression of love. And that is the shortcut to true human happiness, the punchline, I hope, of this entire conference.
Can I get an amen from the congregation? Arthur, thank you. That was a very uplifting way to end this. You seem happier than a 375, I have to say. Arthur, it's great having you at the Atlantic. We really appreciate everything that you're doing. And thank you, everyone, for listening to our conversation. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
And now let's have our first check-in with artist Axel Van Quaye, the visual storyteller who's compiling our visual gratitude journal. Thank you to our audience members for submitting what you are grateful for.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, for me it's evening. I'm Axel Van Quaye from Belgium, and I'm a visual storyteller. And I'm going to visualize the gratitude journal today. So that means that everything you are going to spell out about your gratefulness and your happiness, I will read it and I will make a visual summary of it. So at the end of the conference, you will see a huge canvas full of happiness drawings. So thank you for having me here. I'm enjoying the conference so far already, and I'm looking forward to see all your input about gratitude. Thank you very much.
For a conversation on the stepping stones to happiness, please welcome Laurie Santos, professor of psychology at Yale University and host of the Happiness Lab podcast. Here to lead the conversation is Allison Stewart, the host of All of It on WNYC.
So Dr. Santos, your official name of the course was Yale Psych 157, Psychology and the Good Life. About 1,200 students signed up, made it one of the largest courses in Yale's history. Was made available to everybody via the internet. About 3 million people have taken the course so far. What have you learned about happiness by opening up this course to this many people, as opposed to it being taken by a relatively small number of highly motivated, somewhat privileged people?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I've learned is that so many people want to improve their happiness, right? I mean, I think this has become even more important during the time of COVID-19, right? I think we all know the kinds of things we can do to protect our physical health, right? We've all learned about masks and social distancing, but I think people were really struggling with what they could do to protect their mental health, right? So many people feel like they're putting work into their own flourishing, but somehow it's just not working. And so I think what it taught me was that lots of people are looking for these evidence-based approaches that they could use to feel better. And that felt really cool, right? People don't want platitudes. They don't want woo. Like, they really wanted a scientific approach to the kinds of things they could do to be happier.
When we're thinking about happiness within cognitive psychology, what is the definition of it and how is it quantified? How is it measured?
Yeah. So, the scientists tend to bear things down like in this really extreme way sometimes. And I think that's definitely true with the definition of happiness, right? We could spend, this whole talk talking about definitions of happiness. In fact, definitions of happiness have been talked about for centuries. Social scientists take a narrow view. When we think about happiness, we think about improving well-being in your life and improving your sense of happiness with your life. So improving well-being in your life is just increasing your positive emotion and maybe decreasing your negative emotion, or making that ratio good. So your ratio of kind of joy and laughter relative to sort of sadness and anger is pretty good. It's not no negative emotions, but it's just kind of making sure the positive is sort of outweighing the negative. That's kind of being happy in your life. But being happy with your life is deeper. It's a sense of life satisfaction. It's a sense of meaning. It's your answer to the question, all things considered, how is my life going? And so the interventions we talk about in the class are really meant to boost both of those, to give you more positive emotion in your life and to give you a stronger sense of life satisfaction. But then the bigger question is like, okay, how do we measure it? And this is where, I, as a scientist, wish we had like an awesome like happiness thermometer that we could just plunk in people's mouth, like, oh, you're 99.9% happy, right? We don't. And the best way that we can figure out if people are happy is just to ask them, which sounds honestly like a silly BuzzFeed quiz, but it turns out that these surveys are real scientific instruments. They've been validated against, machine learning looks at people's tweets and texts and journal entries, against detailed family reports, and in some cases against physiological measures like the amount of cortisol or stress hormone that you have and things like that. But it is like we're just asking people, but we're validating those answers and validating those surveys in the best ways we know how.
Do people self-report honestly in your experience?
Yeah, they really do. I mean, I think, one of the things is like, at first I was kind of worried about these self-report measures when I first got into this field, but then I thought, who is going to be the best gauge of whether or not you're experiencing happiness, but the person who's experiencing it, right? And, people show these valid entries where they can report these things over time really well. They report really consistently over time. And these measures capture the kinds of fluctuations that you might expect. So it turns out, again, it seems like a kind of silly quiz, but it turns out that these things really are validated scientific instruments.
So we humans, Homo sapiens, do certain things and have certain behaviors to survive, to propagate the species. Is there anything about trying to attain or maintain happiness which can be connected to evolution in any way?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but maybe not in the way we'd hoped, right? Natural selection is really about getting our genes into the next generation, right? It's about us having babies. And in some ways, being happy, being contented, those positive emotions, they don't necessarily map perfectly onto that goal, right? If anything, you might expect natural selection would really favor people who were not so happy, who might be a little bit depressed and, thinking about like, oh, let me, achieve and get changes and so on. And so we shouldn't expect from an evolutionary perspective that we're all going to be happy. But just like we go against, what natural selection wanted for us in so many domains, I think this is one where we kind of need to, right? We're not necessarily prioritizing our reproductive success in our active, explicit ways of behaving. We might want to prioritize our joy and contentment.
I know you work with cognitive behavior in animals as well. Is happy a uniquely human thing?
Yeah, probably not. In fact, I actually think animals are better at just experiencing joy and being happy than we are. If you take a meditation class, you might have heard about this concept of the monkey mind, which is supposed to be, the part of your mind that's always distracted and mind wandering off to these other things. But as someone who spent a lot of time hanging out with monkeys, I don't think their mind works that way. When I'm sitting watching a monkey, I'm thinking about like, oh, my Grant and all these things. But the monkey is just like eating their food or feeling groomed. Like they're not ruminating and seemingly worrying about this stuff. So I actually think part of happiness is getting back to the lack of mind wandering that we see in other animals, but the kind of thing that we don't see very much in our own species.
One of the things that people will learn if they listen to your podcast or take the course is how our mind gets in the way of our happiness sometimes. That we think we're doing all the stuff to make us happy, but it's actually having the opposite effect. I'm going to get that car. I've been thinking about that car. I want that car. I got that car. A week later, I'm not that happy about the car. Why does our brain play tricks on us like this?
Yeah, I mean, this is the main message of my class. You've just summed up a whole Ivy League class in like 2 seconds, which is just our minds suck, right? Our minds really suck when it comes to happiness. And so there are lots of features of our mind that mean that even when we get the things we want, we're not necessarily as happy as we think. One of the biggest puzzles for me is the fact that just our brains are not built to necessarily go after things that we're going to like. There are systems in our brain that code for pleasure, what we really like, but there are also systems in our brain that code for what we want to go after, what we're motivated to seek, what we kind of, are going, what we crave, things like that. And it turns out those systems aren't as linked as you might think. There's all these things that you like that you don't have mechanisms to kind of crave, things that will give you joy, but you're not motivated to seek out. I think, my morning meditation session always feels like, okay, I'm going to do it now. And then after I'm like, I feel really at peace. I feel really at joy. Why didn't I want that? And just the reverse with some other things. I want to buy that new car, or I want to eat this cupcake, right? I'm thinking motivationally, oh my gosh, this is going to feel so good. But then it turns out my predictions are kind of off. Maybe the cupcake was okay, or maybe the car made me happy, for a day or so, but not for as long as we think. And so at the very nature of like the way our brains are organized, we're not built to seek out pleasure. And I think that's where the science really helps us, right? If we learn the kinds of things that really can make us happy, we can make an explicit decision not to just go based on whatever our cravings are telling us, but that we can go for the kinds of things that are really going to allow us to have an improvement in our flourishing over time.
So when someone says, can I choose happiness? You can a little bit if you make the right choices.
That's exactly right. And I think, it didn't have to be this way. The science is just going to be about happiness, is just going to tell us happiness is what it is. But it turns out scientifically that happiness is something we can choose. It's not in our circumstances, as you've just mentioned, unless your circumstances are really dire.
Mm-hmm.
There's ways to frame your circumstances. There's ways to frame what's going on that you can still achieve happiness. And importantly, happiness doesn't seem to be only in our genes. There's some heritable components to people's well-being, but it's pretty tiny relative to the way, we look at other heritable traits. And that's really good news. It means that a lot of happiness is about our actions. It's about our mindsets and our behaviors. And if you change those, the research really shows that you can improve how you feel.
What's the smallest change with the biggest bang?
The research suggests smallest change with the biggest bang is improving your social connection. There's one very famous positive psychology study that ends with the line that social connection is a necessary condition for high happiness, right? And I think it's one of the reasons that we're seeing such increased rates of mental health issues, especially among our young people, is in part just because young people are so lonely these days. And so, the fastest way you can improve your social connection is to call a friend you haven't talked to, chat with a stranger if that's useful to you, be present in real life with the other folks in your house. Really trying to boost your social connection is a big driver of people's happiness.
Something else I think is so interesting, now that I know about it, I'm going to pay attention to it, is hedonic adaptation. This idea that, well, I might not be able to change the way my brain's working, but I can recognize when it's about to try to trick me.
Yeah, I think
Can you explain what this is?
Yeah, such a big one, right? I mean, the hedonic adaptation is just the fancy term for the fact that we get used to stuff. When you first get married, oh my gosh, marriage seems amazing. 2 years in, it's just your spouse, you're kind of used to it. When you buy that new car, oh my gosh, new car smell, this is great. 2 weeks later, it's just your car, right? We think that changes in our circumstances are going to feel amazing and that amazing feeling is going to last for a long time. But what the research shows is the change that we get in our happiness when we get a good new circumstance, it's not as big as we think, and it definitely doesn't last as long as we think, in part because we get used to stuff. And what that means is that seeking happiness in these circumstance changes, again, unless you're in dire circumstances, which, really like some people are, right? It's privileged to kind of experience hedonic adaptation for a new car and these things, right? But the research really shows that those new changes when your circumstances are already fine aren't necessarily going to improve your happiness in the way we think. The problem is that we don't realize that, right? We're really bad at forecasting our own affect, our own happiness over time. And that means that, when the new car, excitement wears off, you're like, maybe I didn't like this car. Maybe I did a different new car. Maybe I need new shoes or a new phone, right? We're constantly going after the next hit, not realizing that hit is not going to be as big for our happiness as we expect or last as long as we expect.
What's this mean for long-term marriage, long-term relationships?
Well, it means you have to kind of put some work in so you don't succumb to hedonic adaptation. And this is the good news, right? Is that you don't have to, right? There are strategies you can employ to kind of notice those good things. One that I really quite love is a strategy that's really quite ancient. It's called negative visualization. This was something that the ancient Stoics back in the day thought we should use. It's just the idea that every morning you should think, my marriage isn't, there forever. Something could happen to my spouse, something could happen to my kids, happen to my job. Not ruminate on that for hours and hours, but just 10 minutes to notice, hey, these things are fragile, and then when you wake up and you kind of leave that meditation, you realize, oh my gosh, my husband, he's still here, give him a hug a little bit stronger. Just that act of remembering that these things are fragile and that you should appreciate them while you have them is really important. Another great strategy is just to take a little bit of time for gratitude. Even, the new car, the new spouse, all these things, there are good things there if you remember them and notice them. The problem is we just get on with our life and we forget all the good things. So taking time to really write down the things you appreciate about your partner, write your partner a gratitude letter, thanking them for the kinds of traits that they have that you really appreciate, those are strategies that you can use to kind of stop your hedonic adaptation a little bit so you can get back to noticing, the good things in your life, that they are really good.
Let's talk a little bit about outside influence, because now we've talked about all the things that we can do and we can recognize. There was a study that you cite sometimes, which I found fascinating. A group of Harvard graduates were asked, told, you can make $50,000 and everyone else makes $25,000. Or you can make $100,000 and everybody else makes $250,000. An enormous number of people took less money to make more money than someone else.
Yep.
How does that play into this idea of what we think will make us happy and how outside pressures about who's doing better than whom affect our happiness?
Yeah, one of the biggest hits on our happiness is this phenomenon of social comparison, right? That we're really worried about keeping up with the Joneses, right? And that is sad because it means you could objectively be doing amazingly. You could be a millionaire, even a billionaire, but if there's one guy out there that's making more money than you, all of a sudden you feel bad, right? That is a natural tendency that we have, and it's an insidious one, in that our brain doesn't pick social comparisons that make us feel good. It tends to find the one social comparison out there that's going to make us feel pretty terrible. But the good news is that even with that, we can recognize that tendency and really try to shift those social comparisons around, right? I bet if you primed those individuals, that the Harvard students that were taking that survey before, and you mentioned, hey, if you're earning that much money, you're actually in the top, X% of people on the planet. Now, all of a sudden, you're giving people a different reference point, right? You're realizing oh, actually, I'm doing pretty well. And so that's the beauty. We can feed our brain better reference points, more realistic reference points, to be honest, in many of these cases, and ones that won't necessarily make us feel bad. But it's something we explicitly have to choose to do, right? It's something that we have to kind of fight out against our mind's natural tendencies in order to reap the happiness benefits that comes from healthier social comparisons.
With that last answer in mind, what should people go do to their Instagram feeds right now?
Yeah, well, for me, I've been really serious about kind of putting in healthier comparisons, body positive Instagram feeds, reminding yourself of the fact that you're probably privileged in all kinds of different domains. This is content that we can change around, right? We have some control over. And so making sure you're getting a realistic sampling of the actual social comparisons out there can be powerful for kind of remembering where you really stand and having some gratitude for the things in life that really are going well.
Let's talk about COVID and the pandemic a little bit. What part about this entire experience outside of the loss of life has created the biggest hit on happiness, or the ability to even think about happiness?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many parts. I mean, the biggest one is really just what COVID has done to our social connection, right?
Mm-hmm.
At a time when we're all scared and really worried, and so many of our routines have been disrupted. We can't hang out with our friends at work, see our mom for a hug, talk to the neighbor without being worried that they're going to infect us with some awful virus, right? If you had designed a virus that really hit our mental health, COVID-19 would be it, right? Because it's so hard on us when we have to socially distance, right? Because we often think of social distancing as a lack of social connection. And so the key for me, and one of the things I definitely advise my students, is that this is a time when we need to be much more intentional about our social connection, right? We need to find ways to be calling friends, having Zoom happy hours, FaceTime yoga, whatever it is, to make sure you're connecting with the people around you using technology until it's sort of safer to do so in person. That is honestly, I think, the biggest hit of this pandemic for our mental health.
Is there anything that you can think that has come out of the pandemic that will help enhance happiness, that might be some sort of tiny silver lining?
Yeah, I actually think there are a few big ones. Again, nothing, can, match the loss of life and so on, but I do think that there are ways that we can use the pandemic to become healthier. And this is a general theme in this field of positive psychology. There's lots of evidence for what's called post-traumatic growth, right? Sometimes you go through a tough time and you wind up more resilient, stronger, with a richer sense of meaning and richer social connections afterwards. That's what post-traumatic growth is. And I think there's a real opportunity for all of us to do that. For me personally, I am already starting to come out of this pandemic with a little bit more gratitude. I was recently vaccinated. I'm starting to go back to things, oh my gosh, I can sit outside at a restaurant and enjoy food with another vaccinated friend of mine. And before the pandemic, I would have done that without, a hint of joy. It would have been fine. I would have enjoyed it. But now I'm savoring it and relishing it. I think we're going to do that with so many things, going to the coffee shop to get a latte, like seeing our family members, going to things like weddings and graduations and the movies and concerts, right? We did those and kind of enjoyed them before, but I don't think we realized just how fragile those events were and just how much we really would miss them if they went away. And so the hope is as we all go back to normal life, which we will, we'll do so with a greater sense of appreciation and a greater sense of gratitude.
It sounds like happiness requires some maintenance.
That's, the good and the bad news of I think what all the research shows, right? It's like happiness is totally possible. It is under your control. That's a good news. But the bad news is that like all other stuff that's, under your control, it takes a little bit of work. Sonia Lyubomirsky, who's a positive psychologist who I interview on my podcast, she says that, happiness is like all good things in life. You got to put in daily effort and time, right? It's like maintaining your health or learning a new instrument or raising a child. Like it just is going to take work. But the good news is that that work pays off. With a little bit of work, you can seriously and significantly improve your flourishing.
Do you still have to work at it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not one of those people. I think people who are more genetically wired to be happiness, we talked about this tiny heritable component. Those are the people to whom some of these things come naturally. I would not be heritably wired to do this. And that means I have to be very intentional about all these tips. But I do them because, if not, my podcast listeners and my students would totally call me out for not doing it. So I have to practice what I preach. But because I'm practicing, I'm really seeing the benefits. Since I've started studying this stuff on these standard self-reports of happiness, my happiness has gone up at least a whole point, sometimes as many as 2 points on a 10-point scale. And it's because I'm putting the work in. So the good news is, the bad news is it takes work, but the good news is if you put in the work, the benefits are huge.
There's been so much written about your course and so many different angles taken. Is there anything that's been written about this or this work you've done or this field of study that you think hasn't been reported, kind of accurately, or that's something that you really have always thought like, yes, that's going to be the headline. It doesn't show up in the piece?
Yeah, I think, one of the things I think that sometimes gets reported about the class and this work is like, well, don't we already know this stuff already? Isn't this the kind of thing that religious traditions and our cultures and our grandparents have been telling us, for millennia? And the answer is like, yeah, the ancients got a lot of this right. My grandmother had a lot of this right. The problem is most of us aren't listening, right? If we've had this ancient wisdom for so long, why aren't we putting it into practice, right? Why are so many of our young people experiencing things like depression and anxiety, right? Right now, nationally, among the college students I teach, over 40% of them report being too depressed to function most days. Over 60% say they're overwhelmingly anxious, and more than 1 in 10 has seriously considered suicide in the last year, right? Like those are devastating statistics. So even though this stuff is kind of stuff we know, somehow we're not putting it into practice. And I think that's what the course really does, is it kind of first gives you the evidence of like, no, this wasn't like grandmotherly wisdom, like, and that's it. Like this is real evidence-based stuff. And the course also talks a little bit about the science of habits and the science of behavior change, right? What can we do to put these things into practice? Because merely knowing what you're supposed to do, that's not actually enough. You really have to put it into practice.
Dr. Laurie Santos, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
And now a session brought to you by our underwriter. Please welcome Connie Weaver, Chief Marketing Officer at Equitable and for Equitable Advisors. Thomas Mangone, the founder and managing partner of Capital Management Group. Gerald C. Grant Jr., president of G Financial Group. Molly Reese Ward, founder of Well Lived Wealth. Jasmine Williams, a financial professional.
Hello, I'm Connie Weaver, Chief Marketing Officer at Equitable. We are excited to join with The Atlantic, on a year-long program that focuses on something we're all looking for, the pursuit of happiness. This past year has been like none other. And what a relevant topic, something we could all use a little of. At Equitable, our mission over the last 160 years has been to meet our clients where they are and help them find their financial well-being. Today, you're going to hear from a few of our Equitable advisors share their stories about the path that they've navigated together through this unprecedented year in their pursuit to find happiness.
When we work with our clients and I talk with my team, we're there for them. And we have one motto, whatever it takes. So for every person, that's different. And when that moment arises, that's what we do. I had a client that came in just before the pandemic, and as a result of that, his company was downsized. And his biggest concern is, I really don't want to leave my home. What can I do to stay in my home? And after putting the numbers together with the funds that he had accumulated in his 401k and the funds that he's going to get from Social Security, it was really enough to really get him through. And you could just see the sign of relief that he didn't have to move, and just keeping the family in the same home. I think that was just his biggest joy. And at the end, when we said, this is what you wanted, and we actually delivered it, you could just see the smiles on their face. And that's what we do every day.
Over the last year, there's one of my clients that really sticks out in my mind. I'll give you a little bit of background on her. She was major accomplished career in HR at a huge corporation, and the pandemic starts, and she is working around the clock because they're having to deal with all the layoffs, and she's basically in charge of that and the deliverer of horrible news. While all that's going on, her kids are now at home for distance learning. One of them has a learning challenge. Then her father-in-law is sick. Her mother, who lives 10 hours away, is now faced with the end of her life early. And then she has her own health crisis. And what she did was so amazing to me. She walked away from her career. Over the last 20 years, we have been working on a financial plan. We had no idea that this culmination of all these tragic events would happen at one time and with the backdrop of a pandemic. But what that led to, what that solid financial planning, holistic financial planning led to, was her being able to have options and choices. And one of the coolest things about this story that I just loved hearing was her husband looked at her and said, I have been so amazed with all of your accomplishments throughout your career. But this one, the courage that it took to walk away, is the proudest I've ever been of you.
This past year, we've gotten closer to our clients than ever because we've actually been zooming into their homes. So we've seen the pictures on the wall, the books on the shelves, the dog in the background, the kids perhaps running around. And it's been a very intimate experience in certain ways. I think back to one particular story in my career where a couple came in to see me. I had done some retirement planning seminars, and they came in and wanted to know if they could afford to retire. They really didn't think so. He was working for the state, and he also had a private practice. He was in the medical field. And he felt that he didn't have enough money to retire. So we sat down and we went over their expenses, and I actually proved to them that they, in fact, would have more money in retirement than ever before in their life. With that information, he was armed to make the decision to retire earlier than he was otherwise planning. And in fact, they went through, as we call it, the bucket list. They went to the Galapagos Islands. They did the safari in Africa. They did all these trips that they always dreamed about. And he actually came to me after he knew he was sick and he wasn't going to live very long. And he thanked me for the advice. And he suggested that he never would have retired if he hadn't come to see me, and that they never would have done all the things that they wanted to do with their life. So money in and of itself is not a goal. Having more money doesn't necessarily change your life. It's what you want to do with the money and defining the lifestyle that you want, and having your financial advisor guide you and set a clear path that you can follow so that you know you're going to get where you're trying to go.
I'm so excited to be here to share with you all some of the work we've been doing when meeting with our clients over the past year to help them find a little bit more happiness. One of my clients, she is a single mother and has been a single mother for a majority of her life. When I first met with her, she always informed me how she's always had anxiety around money. It always stemmed from her upbringing because her family grew up with not a lot of money, and she's had to work so hard to get where she is today. And today she's a school counselor with dreams of being an entrepreneur. And she's always told me how she's scared to really jump into that field of entrepreneurship. She wasn't sure if she would still have enough money to create her own business, if she would be able to help her daughter fund her education, as well as if she would even have enough money to continue to save for her own retirement. She just needed some guidance. And with that being said, I was so grateful to be able to work with her every single day to make sure that she's able to accomplish her goals and aspirations that would lead her to her ultimate happiness. After having conversations with my clients and after we've gotten them set up with plans, I always ask them, they could write a letter to their younger selves to give them advice. What would their advice be? And many times I hear that they wish they could have saved more or started earlier and implemented those plans. And when they were younger, yes, there were so many competing things, whether it's managing debt or, buying their first home or taking care of young children. Even though all those things were going on, the small things and the small changes when they were younger and when starting out lead to the biggest differences later on in life.
Welcome back, Atlantic contributing writer Arthur Brooks.
Besides writing the How to Build a Life column in The Atlantic, I'm also a professor. I teach a class called Leadership and Happiness at the Harvard Business School. It's a very popular class. I mean, who doesn't want to be happy? The unfortunate truth is that a lot of leaders actually aren't very happy people. My class strives to help the leaders of tomorrow find their path to happiness, and just as importantly, maybe more importantly, to share that path of happiness with other people. Earlier this year, we had the great pleasure of having a guest lecturer for the class by my friend, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Virtually, my students and I had the honor of asking him questions about happiness and spirituality and leadership and what it means to be a person fully alive in the world today. Throughout today's event, you'll see some clips from our conversation. Here's the first one. Have a look.
So now, happiness is I think, very purpose of our daily life for happy life. Now, usually I expressing or description, hygiene of physical and hygiene of emotion. Hygiene of physical is we usually take care. Now, hygiene of emotion, it's entirely depend on yourself. So that means, fear, anger, these mental attitude really reduce your life. So mental level, happy and a full self-confidence. But then that mental way of thinking really give us some kind of will. I will, because my life is something meaningful, something useful. That kind of thinking gives you inner strength. So now healthy mind very much depend on this mental level, self-confidence. For that, self-confidence with sufficient reason, ultimately, you see peace of mind.
Still to come, Tracy Jenkins, Executive Director of the Boris Lawrence Henson Foundation, U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy, and more. Next up, a conversation with author and podcast host Gretchen Rubin, here with Susan Salney, a contributor to Atlantic Live.
We've never met, but it seems like I know you. That's because I started reading your work, at least 10 years ago, starting with the Happiness Project. And I bet a lot of people feel the same way because you're such a popular podcast host and author. And we're talking about blockbusters that aim to help people lead better lives. So I'm going to say some words that will have a lot of meaning to your followers. Upholder, obliger, questioner, rebel. These are what you call the 4 tendencies. Can you tell us what that is, how you came up with it, and how we figure out what we are?
Absolutely, Susan. Yes, I got my insight into these distinctions in a very ordinary conversation. I was talking to a friend, and she said, the funny thing about me is I know I'm happier when I exercise. And when I was in high school, I was on the track team, but I never missed track practice. So why can't I go running now? And I thought, well, why? It's the same person. It's the same behavior. At one time, it was effortless. Now she struggles. How do you explain that? And that's what led me into this insight into the framework that you just mentioned. So I will briefly explain upholders, questioners, obligers, and rebels so people can identify what they are. Once you know these, you can spot them in the world around you. You can tell yourself. We could do the Game of Thrones characters. They're very easy to spot. And what it's looking at is something very narrow but significant, which is how you respond to expectations. Outer expectations like a work deadline, and inner expectations like your own desire to keep a New Year's resolution. So upholders readily keep outer and inner expectations. They want to do what other people expect for them, but their expectations for themselves are just as important. So their motto is, discipline is my freedom. Then there are questioners. Questioners question all expectations. They'll do something if they think it makes sense. They're turning everything into an inner expectation. If it makes sense to them, they'll do it. If not, they'll push back. They don't like anything arbitrary, unjustified, unreasonable. So their motto is, I'll comply if you convince me why. Then there are obligers. This is the biggest tendency for both men and women. Obligers readily meet outer expectations, but they struggle to meet inner expectations. Like my friend, when she was on the track team and had a team and a coach expecting her to show up, she showed up no problem. But when she was trying to go running on her own, it was a challenge. So the secret for obligers is to create outer accountability for an inner expectation. If you want to read more, join a book group. So their motto is, you can count on me, and I'm counting on you to count on me. And then finally, rebels. Rebels resist all expectations, outer and inner alike. They want to do what they want to do in their own way, in their own time. They can do anything they want to do, but if you ask or tell them to do something, they're very likely to push back. And typically they don't tell themselves what to do, like they don't sign up for a class because they think, I don't know what I'm going to want to do. So their motto is, you can't make me, and neither can I. So those are the 4 tendencies.
So it seems that knowing and having an analysis of one's own personality type and others is one of the keys to success in the world. I have to ask, which one are you, and how did you come to find out?
Well, I'm an upholder, so I readily meet both outer and inner expectations. And the reason that I figured this out was because I wrote a book, The Happiness Project. I wrote a book about habit formation. And as I've been studying habits, I began to think, clearly people have challenges that I don't feel. People would say, how did you get yourself to keep all these Happiness Project resolutions? And I said, well, I thought they'd make me happier, so I followed them. And they'd say, but how did you get yourself to do them? And I was like, I don't understand what your question means. And finally, I realized, well, I'm an upholder, and making habits is something that comes pretty easily to upholders, but a lot of people struggle with habits. And so that's what made me understand how people were different from me.
Wow. Let's focus on the pandemic for a bit. And I must note that happiness and pandemic are not 2 words that I heard going together a lot over the last year. So let me ask, Did the pandemic make you rethink your approach to happiness and the advice you give to others now on how to live more joyful lives?
Actually, I think it was just a great example of the truth, the great truth. I mean, the thing about happiness is the greatest minds in history have been thinking about it for thousands of years. So there's a lot of big truths that are very well established. And I feel like the pandemic just kind of reinforced those truths. For example, ancient philosophers and contemporary scientists agree that relationships are a key to happiness. And what did we see with the pandemic? This was a major pain point. How do we relate? How do we handle the fact that we can't meet in person? How do we use technology to allow us to gather if we can't gather in person? You could see how people were struggling with loneliness, people were struggling with distance and not being able to connect, but you felt how just how everyone understood that this was of the utmost importance, and everybody was talking about it all the time. So I had always believed and understood that relationships were a key to happiness, but going through the pandemic just highlighted it for me in a way that I had never really seen before. So it kind of reinforced what I already thought.
Right. And you've written that we're happier when we have a sense of perspective. And that's another thing that's been hard to do this past year. How have you maintained that all important sense of perspective during the pandemic?
Well, one thing I do, and this is very idiosyncratic to me, is now that the Met is, I live near the Metropolitan Museum, and I find that just going to a place, like a vast place like that, a beautiful place, a scholarly place, that has really helped me keep a sense of perspective, just because it reminds me of kind of the scope of time and empires rising and falling and like what humans can create and preserve and study. So I have found that in my own life that has been like a great practice for perspective. Obviously, that's something that's not open to everyone, but I've talked to so many people where like they'll go to a botanical garden or they'll study nature, or somebody was describing to me how they have a big tree in their backyard, and she and her husband every morning, they were staying at home all the time and they would just go see what was happening at the tree, and they'd never really paid any attention to it before. But once they started really looking, they noticed how it changed with the seasons. They were noticing all the animals and birds that were there. And so I think that sometimes just by finding some aspect of culture or nature, learning about it, thinking about it, and kind of allowing ourselves to be humbled and to be put into perspective by it, I think is a great way to maintain that sense of perspective, which is so important.
Right, awakening to the simple things that are already right around us, right? Yes. So you host your podcast with your sister, and she's a TV producer and writer, and that brings a very interesting, intimate dynamic to the conversations that I really enjoy. You've talked a little bit about family's role in our well-being, given that people have been suffering isolation and it's been hard. But what about the flip side of that for people who, just the opposite, have been cooped up and getting on each other's nerves after all this time? What's your advice for them?
Try to keep a sense of humor. Unfortunately, keeping like when you're feeling cooped up and irritable, the sense of humor is one of the first things to go. But a sense of humor helps in almost any kind of difficult situation, or with irritability, annoyance. And as much as you can, and this goes back to what you were saying, Susan, about a sense of perspective, as much as you can laugh at yourself, as much as you can see the absurdity, as much as you can make a point with a light touch. I think like a well-placed cartoon, in my family, it's the Far Side cartoon. We always are using Gary Larson's cartoons to make a point. Looking for a way to maintain that light touch, because people have been, sometimes being right on top of each other under very, very stressful circumstances. Many of us have been in a situation where, you can hear 4 different conversations going on simultaneously. Everybody's going about their business, right together. I'm in a New York City apartment, so I know how that feels. But I feel like a sense of humor always helps.
I'm going to take a note of that. Quickly, before getting into the happiness space, you earned a law degree, and at one point you clerked for Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. I'm wondering what drew you to happiness scholarship from that point. Was it because you already had an abundance of happiness, or were you searching for something?
Well, I was stuck on a crowded city bus on a rainy day, and I thought, what do I want from life anyway? I had one of those rare opportunities for reflection you don't often get. And I thought, well, I want to be happy. But I realized I didn't spend any time thinking about whether I was happy or if it was possible to be happier. So I thought, well, I should do a happiness project. And I ran to the library, got a giant stack of books, and started researching. And initially, it was just for me, it was something that I was interested in for my own life. But the research, I mean, as you know, the research here is so vast, it's so fascinating. That after a while I thought, wow, this should be my next book project. And in fact, I've been studying it ever since because it is such an inexhaustibly fascinating subject. So that's how I got into it, just because I wanted to make my own life happier. I was pretty happy. I had all the elements of a happy life, but I thought, well, maybe there's opportunities for me to be happier. And so I found it just such a compelling subject that I couldn't get away from it.
Well, we're very glad that you didn't get away from it. I have to thank you for being with us today, and we're going to leave it right there. But as you say, onward and upward.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Wonderful to talk to you.
And now our first happiness exercise, reverse bucket list.
Everybody knows what a bucket list is. Maybe you have one. It's a list of cravings and desires and wants and goals and dreams, and you have it on a list. Maybe it's written down or maybe it's just inside your head. And every now and then you take it out and you say, these are the things that I'm going to do. Well, that's based on this idea of satisfaction that says if you have the things that you want, then you'll finally be satisfied. But that's not true. All throughout your life, you found that when you get the things that you want, the satisfaction is elusive. It doesn't last. It's like you're on a treadmill running and running and you never quite get there. What can you do to solve the satisfaction problem? Well, the answer is to remember that satisfaction is not a function of what you have. It's actually a function of what you have divided by what you want. The problem is when you don't manage the denominator of your satisfaction equation, the wants will expand, they'll sprawl like the suburbs of Atlanta. That's one of the problems that we have with a bucket list. So here's what I would recommend that you do. I'd recommend that you start a reverse bucket list. You have written down all your desires and your cravings and your wants. And then you look in there, and on your birthday each year, you take out 5 or 10 and you say, I detach myself from you and you and you and you. And by actually managing your wants, the denominator will fall and your satisfaction will start to rise. That's the reverse bucket list exercise. If you're interested in this and you want to talk about it some more, at the conclusion of this forum, click on the networking button on the left-hand side of your screen and you can talk about it with other attendees.
Please welcome back the Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Arthur, we're going to head to breakout sessions now. Here's what we have in store. Click the networking button on the left side of your screen to talk to other attendees. Head over to the breakout stage tab to participate in guided meditation session led by Headspace, and stay right here for a live Dear Therapist session with the Atlantic's advice columnist, Lori Gottlieb. We also encourage you to visit our booths down below with more content from the Atlantic and our underwriter, Equitable. If you've missed any of that, don't worry, you can find it all in the agenda on your schedule tab. Our main stage program will start back up again at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. There's a lot to cover. The role of technology in our happiness or unhappiness with Professor Jean Twenge, ideas on how to navigate loneliness from the Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, and more. So stay tuned and we'll see you all later.
For a live Dear Therapist breakout session, please welcome Atlantic contributing writer Lori Gottlieb, here with Atlantic senior editor Becca Rosen.
Hi, Becca.
Hi, Lori. It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us for this event today.
Of course,
Hi,
my
everyone.
pleasure.
It's so good to see you. Hi, everyone. I'm Becca Rosen. I'm a senior editor here at The Atlantic. Welcome to In Pursuit of Happiness. Over the course of the next 25 minutes or so, we are going to be speaking with Lori Gottlieb, our Dear Therapist columnist here at The Atlantic. I'll start by asking her a few questions, but we will be taking audience questions, so please put any questions you have for Lori in the chat. Hi, Lori. Welcome. This is a big topic, obviously, for Dear Therapist and for therapy work. And my first question is kind of a very big picture one for you, which is just, I'm curious how you think about happiness in your work, in the advice you give to readers in Dear Therapist, but also in your practice as a therapist. Is happiness a goal? Is it some part of the process? How do you think of, how do you approach it?
When people write to me with what's not working in their lives, I'm not thinking about how I think our culture thinks about happiness. In fact, happiness isn't even a feeling. Joy is a feeling, but happiness is sort of this state. And I think more about helping people to navigate through life more peacefully, to navigate through life more smoothly, and to find a sense of purpose and meaning and connectedness. And I think that's how people have a fulfilling life. And people use the word happiness, I think, for the same thing, but they're very different things. So I'm guiding them toward this sense of contentment and connection.
Can you say more about how you see happiness as different than those other things?
Well, I think people think of happiness that it's a constant state, and we are not in a constant state of anything. We're not in a constant state of sadness or anxiety or joy or whatever we might be feeling. I know people who have, let's say, they struggle with anxiety. They may feel like they're in a constant state of anxiety, but I'm saying if you don't have a diagnosed condition, and even people, by the way, who have an anxiety disorder, they aren't always in that state every second. They're in it a lot of the time. And so I think that there's this kind of elusive idea of, I want to feel good all the time, whatever that means. But it's almost like when we talk about feelings, people give them value judgments. Like there are positive feelings like joy, and there are negative feelings like sadness or anger or anxiety. And all of our feelings, I think, are like a compass. They tell us what we want. So if you can't feel your anxiety, if you can't feel sadness, if you can't feel anger, you don't know what's not working in your life. And what you do is if you mute one feeling, you mute all of them. And so you kind of live in this state of numbness as opposed to actually feeling the range of the human experience. And so you're actually putting a damper on your joy when you start muting the other feelings.
Yeah, I always think I was recently watching the movie Inside Out with my daughter. And that's a big part of it, is that the character realizes that she needs sadness in her life in order to help her navigate who she is and what her role is in the world and find meaning in her life. Another question I have for you is just about this current moment. It's obviously one that is just so unusual. We've been through so much in this past year. We are in ways starting to regain some normalcy, though so much remains changed. And of course, some of us are coming through this time having gone through real hardship and loss. And I'm curious what you're seeing from people. What are you hearing? And what do we need? What should we be thinking about as we navigate these next few months of this pandemic?
I'm hearing all the things that are very taboo to say. And those are the things where people said, it's hard for me to tell people that there were things about this experience that were positive for me because there was so much suffering and loss, and so people feel like, we talk in my book, maybe you should talk to someone, I talk about the hierarchy of pain or the hierarchy of grief, that people feel like they can't talk about their loss if it's not, in this case, loss of life, loss of health, loss of income, right? Those are sort of the three main things that people experienced in devastating ways this year. And I think that people can't say, you know what, I experienced other kinds of loss. But I think the other thing they really can't say is, I also experienced certain things that were helpful for me, like I got to slow down, or I realized that I was not so important to me in my life. Emotional real estate. I realized that family time is really important to me, or I got to see my child more. So I think it was mixed for a lot of people, but they're not allowed to talk about what felt good to them or positive to them. Like I didn't have to commute to work an hour every day, and I'm not looking forward to going back to that. And in fact, it gives me anxiety to think about going back to that. People can't say that.
Yeah, I think one of the hard things right now is for the things about this time that we can appreciate. Um, we can see them slipping away so fast because the return to normalcy, those aren't necessarily choices we have when school starts up again and when work re-enters the office. So, um, how should we take those lessons and apply them to a more normal time?
Well, I think what I'm always trying to help people to do, whether it's in my book or my podcast or my column, is to help people live with more intentionality. And the pandemic really forced us to do that. It forced us to say, wait a minute, what am I doing? Right? Because we didn't have all of that other noise coming in all the other ways. At first we did because we were probably checking the headlines every minute and all of that. But once it went on and on and on, I think a lot of us really said, okay, where am I focusing? What is meaningful to me? What is going to give me purpose? And I think that's something that we should take with us. I think a lot of people are afraid that they're going to lose that. In fact, they're terrified they're going to lose that because they're going to get caught up in the hustle and bustle of daily life, and it doesn't give them any space to slow down.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to turn to some of the audience questions. And the first one does have to do with the pandemic. Someone writes that this person's a relationship coach, and he or she is seeing couples who the stress of the pandemic is just adding to their additional stress. And that's just amounting to so much stress in this relationship that the couple is fighting almost compulsively. This person asks, what would you do to address them finding other ways to deal with the stress level in their relationship?
Yeah, so I see mostly couples in my practice at this point, and I've seen so many online during the pandemic. And I think that what I've noticed is that whatever struggles people were going through before are amplified during this time. And whatever their strengths are also amplified during this time. So you can see that sort of the cracks that maybe they didn't have to look at before now have become these very wide gaps. But also everything that worked in a relationship has made their relationships more beautiful. So I would say if this couple is fighting all the time, usually people are fighting about content, and we want to get them away from the content, like what happened in he said this, she said this, they said that. And we want to get them into the process of what is this really about? Because people are generally fighting for how can I love and be loved, and who has power and control, and why do I feel like I'm not seen or not heard? Those are sort of the three main buckets. So if you can get them talking about those things, they're going to get a lot more out of that conversation.
Yeah, that's a theme we've definitely seen come up in a lot of Dear Therapists repeatedly. Our next question comes from Karen. She says she finds that the moods of those around her and her family can really bring her down. She wants to care for people, but not let them tank her level of happiness. So how do you deal with unhappy people in your own life, including those in your own family and those that who you're very close with?
One of the things that we have talked about so much during the pandemic is contagion and contagion of the coronavirus. But what I've been talking about as a therapist is contagion of mood. There is nothing that is more contagious in a household than anxiety or depression, and anxiety spreads like wildfire in a house. And so I think it's really important that I'm glad that this person is noticing that this is happening, that there is this contagion, that she's very vulnerable to that if she's in the same space with people who are incredibly anxious. And then it's really about having them own their own feelings and having you own your own feelings. So you are not there to solve their problems. You are not there to take away their anxiety. You're there to encourage them to find somebody to talk to who can help them manage their anxiety. I'm thinking about that question that we just had right before about the couple. We always say we marry our unfinished business, right? So any sort of unfinished business you bring to the couple, the same thing happens in an ecosystem, in a household. And people need to deal with their unfinished business. Anxiety is going to, again, be magnified because of the stressor that we've all been going through. And it's time for them to say, what is the pandemic? What is stuff that where I'm maybe an anxious personality, or I've had a lot of anxiety before that's getting layered onto this, and they need to talk to someone. It's really important. I think one of the again taboo to sort of talk about, one of the benefits of having had something terrible like this happen, and again, it feels very awkward to say that, but lots of people have been reaching out. Lots of people have said, my emotional health matters for not only me, but for my family and for society at large, that emotional health is important. It's not optional. And people have been reaching out. And because people can do it online during the pandemic, and even afterward, it's become much more accessible. People don't have to worry so much about, can I take the time to commute to a therapist, to take time off work to do that, to get back to the office. People have just, we're so used to Zoom right now. People just go on and they say, okay, here's my therapy appointment. And it's been incredible in terms of access and getting people who otherwise were reluctant to reach out to someone to not have those barriers.
One thing I'm thinking about also on this topic of difficult family members who really can bring you down. I'm remembering that wonderful column you wrote about help rejecting complainers, and the advice you gave to that reader. But it just makes me think more broadly about how many of your columns do talk about boundary setting. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how boundary setting can help someone who is dealing with family members that are really who are bringing them down.
That was a nice way to put it. There are a lot. I've heard so many stories about family members. It's been interesting. We have a saying in therapy: before diagnosing someone with depression, make sure they aren't surrounded by assholes, right? So sometimes the less pleasant behaviors of the people around us have come out during the pandemic. Boundaries are interesting because I think people have a misconception about what boundaries are. So I think people think that boundaries are, I tell you this is what you need and you do it. So basically, I control your behavior. That's not what a boundary is. We can't control other people's behavior. We can make a request. And the boundary is really with ourselves. So I'm requesting that you not yell at me when you get anxious about something. Your boundary is not, you can't yell at me. Your boundary is, this is my request. And then the boundary is with yourself. What am I going to do if that person yells at me? My boundary with myself might be, I'm going to say, listen, we'll continue this conversation later when you're not yelling. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to go take a walk. And when you're calmer, we can talk about this. My boundary might be, I don't want to be in relationship with this person because this person just doesn't seem to want to change, or this person doesn't seem to want to go to therapy or go to anger management or find a way to deal with this pattern that's been going on for years. Whatever your boundary is, it's with yourself. So when people get upset about people not respecting their boundaries, I want people to notice if they are holding the boundary for themselves.
The next question from a reader is related. This is from someone watching today, Brandy. She writes, how do I let go of frustrations and anger with my in-laws? Several things have happened, ignoring boundaries that have really tested me, but they'll always be in my ecosystem because of my husband and son. How can I find peace without fully accepting bad behavior from them? And I just want to say before you jump in that I've been thinking a lot about how coming out of the pandemic, the year ahead is going to bring us all a lot more time with our in-laws for people who are married or just with extended family in general. And so these questions are coming up a lot for people right now. So I'm curious what advice, we talked about boundary setting, but other advice for dealing with difficult people in our extended families, particularly in-laws in this case.
Yeah, I've written so many columns about in-laws because I get so much mail about issues with in-laws. And, I always think that the perspective taking is really important here, because I feel like people don't understand why people are behaving in the way that they're behaving. And this doesn't just apply to in-laws. It applies to, romantic relationships, friendships, other family members, professional relationships. You have to ask yourself, what would motivate this person to say what they did or do what they did? It's not because they hate you. It's not because they're horrible people, usually. It's because there's something that's going on with them. And what we do is we personalize it so much. We take it like, it's about me, or why are they treating me this way? And we get into this victimized role. And I think we have to remember that we're not a victim here, that people are doing their best, and there's something that's going on with them that is making them act in that way. Maybe they feel alone. Maybe they feel abandoned. Maybe they feel like, they've kind of lost their child in a way. Maybe they feel like, something is going on in terms of the way that you treat them, the way you exclude them, right? I don't think people think about that. I think a lot of people with in-laws too, they kind of feel like there's this idea in American culture that in-laws are supposed to be like heavily boundaried outside the family for some reason. And I think that's a very hard thing if you think of it from the perspective of these are people's parents and their child got married, and what, they're supposed to kind of lose their child. So I think especially with daughter-in-laws, and I'm saying this as sort of a gross generalization, so obviously the gender this crosses gender lines, but daughter-in-laws tend to get very territorial, and they think it's the in-laws' problems. And I see that time and again. And I think once they understand what's really going on, they might have a little bit more empathy and see that the in-laws are not trying to do what they think the in-laws are trying to do. They're reacting to feeling neglected or left out.
Yeah, and that goes back to perspective taking, which you talk about so much in so many of your columns. We have a lot more audience questions, and we have less than 10 minutes left, so I'm going to keep some of them brief. The next one is asking for someone who's unhappy in their career. Do you have suggestions for people who want to try to find a new career?
Yes, I do.
Make them more fulfilled. Yeah.
I get that one a lot too. And what's interesting is I think a lot of people feel like they have to figure out what the other career is, as opposed to going through this process of discovery, which is stay in the thing that you're doing, unless it's horrible, unless there's like a really compelling reason, like it's an abusive situation, or you can't function because it's just so aversive to you. But I think when people think about changing careers, the thing that they're doing becomes so incredibly negative to them that they can't find any good in it. So they start dreading it in a way where even if it's not the right fit, they can't find the good things in it. Like maybe you like some coworkers there, or maybe there's an aspect of the job that you like, even though you know that it's not going to be the right thing for the long term and you do want to make a change. So it's important that while you're going through this time of discovery of what the other thing might be, that you're finding the things that can engage you or feel connecting about what you're doing, even if they're small things, so that it doesn't become this binary situation of I hate my job and I have to find something else. It's maybe this job isn't the right fit for me. Here's some of the good things about it, but it will help you in your process of discovery. And then it's not, a lot of people feel like they have to leave their job to go find what the other thing is. Often it's more helpful to find the good things in what you're doing so you can make it manageable for yourself, so that you then have a lot of more freedom financially and otherwise to discover, try certain things out, take a class in something that's related to this new thing you think you might want to do, shadow somebody or interview them, or do a lot of research to see what it is that you like and what it is that you don't like before jumping into something else or leaving something that maybe had some good aspects to it.
Such good advice. The next one's kind of a quick one. What's your top resource or book that you would want everyone to have read or experienced?
Oh, that's such a hard question, because I have books the way I think the stereotype of other women having shoes is, which is they're everywhere. I'm a voracious reader. I could recommend a million good novels. That's what I would probably recommend, because I think that novels teach us so much about the human condition. They teach us so much about our blind spots, our patterns, our psychology, our relationships, meaning, our place in the world, what really matters. I think we see ourselves mirrored in these characters. Even something like, what was it called? Not Olive Again, but the first one with Olive. It was
Olive Kitteridge.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Olive Kitteridge. Yeah. Yes.
I love that.
And I would say Olive Again actually was even better. They were both amazing, but Olive again was just, it was so poignant, and it was so much about these questions that we have at the end of our lives about regret, about what we did or didn't do, about things we wished we maybe had done differently, about the mark we're leaving on the world in terms of what we did as parents and leaving that for our children, or what we did in community, or what we did in our friendships. But it's told through this lens of somebody who's doing this reckoning. And I think it's a reckoning that we should all be doing before we get to that age.
Right, absolutely. That resonates so much. The next question is from Lisa, who I think must work in mental health, and she asks, "What is in place for?" She's asking for the therapists and psychiatrists and other mental health providers who support us. What resources are in place for them? What has been the impact on them during this pandemic time of such an increased need?
Yeah. I think that a lot of us who are clinicians forget that we need to take care of ourselves too. And I saw this when I was in medical school too, that a lot of us who were training to be doctors didn't take care of ourselves at all. And yet we spent so much time caring for other people. And it's this profound irony. And during normal times, we can kind of get away with it. I don't really think it's healthy. But during the pandemic, it became very clear that we could not have all of this input coming in this time of incredible anxiety and devastation and loss, and then not take care of ourselves. And so I think a lot of mental health practitioners were saying, I really stepped it up in terms of my self-care. And maybe that was making sure that we had breaks between patients, making sure that we stepped outside, making sure that we ate our meals. Sometimes we just forget because we're just going back to back to back to back, or that we have breaks in between. Making sure that we're connecting with the people in our lives, and also making sure that, if we need to talk to someone, that we are going to therapy too. So I think that's really important. And I hope that that's something that all of us who are in this field will take with us as we move into whatever the next phase is.
Okay, we've only got about 1 minute left, so we're going to do this last one really quick, which is just Sarah writes that she loved your book, and do you have any advice for those of us who are looking to find our own Wendell in order to navigate this time of the transition out of the pandemic?
Right. So study after study shows that the most important factor in the success of someone's therapy is the relationship with their therapist. It matters more than the therapist's training, their number of years of experience, the modality they use, all of which are important, but not as important as the relationship. So when you go into a first session, ask yourself at the end of it, did I feel understood? And did this person challenge me in one way during the session that made me think about something new? And if so, I would go back. If not, I would maybe find someone else.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. We're going to leave it there. And thank you all for all of your great questions. Hope you will stick around for the rest of today's program, including Deepak Chopra, TD Jakes, Angela Duckworth, many more. So see you then. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Becca.
Bye, Lori. Good.
Still to come, Tracy Jenkins, Executive Director of the Boris Lawrence Henson Foundation, U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy, and more.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
The
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Our society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Our society Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference. The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just...
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference. The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just...
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Our society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference. The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just...
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter.
I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living.
We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just...
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny. I'm just...
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
Welcome back to The Atlantic's Pursuit of Happiness. And now The Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to In Pursuit of Happiness. We're so glad you're here. Our next block of programming today will explore the roadblocks to happiness and how we can remove them from our path. We'll hear from the CEO of the Trevor Project, a crisis line for LGBTQ youth, the U.S. Surgeon General, and another note of wisdom from the Dalai Lama. And we'll check in with our virtual gratitude journal once again, so be sure to share what you're grateful for today in the chat section to be a part of the live artwork. Now let's dive in. For a session revisiting the Atlantic cover story, Have Smartphones Destroyed a Generation? Welcome Jean Twenge, author and professor of psychology at San Diego State University, and Alexis Madrigal, contributing writer at The Atlantic. Alexis, over to you.
Hello, it's here from sunny Oakland, California, and I'm excited to talk with Dr. Jean Twenge. Dr. Twenge, you really did have an era-marking story, which the Atlantic titled, for better or for worse, Have Smartphones Destroyed a Generation? And it really gave a quantitative backing to a lot of the feeling that I think parents had about what was happening to their children as they stared into their phones, both parents and children. It's been 4 years now, and looking back over those 4 years that felt like 100 years, what elements of the story really hold up for you? Which do you think could use some revising? Like, what? Just read us back through these past 4 years into that story.
Yeah, so, in that story, I really explored a lot of these trends that were showing up with today's teens, and now some of them are young adults. So it's a generation some people call Gen Z, and I call iGen after my book of the same name. And I've kept an eye on a lot of the trends that I documented in that article. And especially in terms of mental health, those trends have sadly really continued in the same direction, with much higher rates of depression and self-harm and anxiety and suicide attempts and everything, all of these troubling mental health issues across the board for adolescents. And now, as this generation grows into young adulthood, for young adults too. And it's not all negative. There's some very interesting trends around independence, that this generation is taking longer to cross those milestones of adolescence, like driving and having a job and dating and drinking alcohol. Parents and public health experts are pretty thrilled that not as many teens are having sex and drinking alcohol. So there's certainly some positives involved as well. But there's also some of these more troubling trends too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the generation that's below them, and people who are now teens, but maybe are whatever comes after what we call Gen Z or iGen?
So, I think the pandemic gave us a little bit of certainty on the size and cutoffs for this generation. I mean, the birth year cutoffs for any generation are going to be somewhat arbitrary, but we can look at the data and try to figure out where they might be, and look at national events and try to figure out where they might be. And I put the cutoffs as those born 1995 through 2012 for iGen or Gen Z. And I think those are now pretty good. I mean, 2012 was a real guess at the time. But if you were born before then, you'll have some pretty solid memories of the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021, probably throughout your life. But if you're born 2013 and later, it'll probably be a lot more vague, being 6 or 7 or younger. So I think that's probably a good cutoff. And we don't know what that next generation will be called yet. I've heard them called Gen Alpha, but I don't know. I think the whole letters thing is a little bit lame. Who wants to be named after the people older than you? Nobody. So we'll see what they're called. I'm thinking maybe polars, because they're growing up in the age of political polarization and melting polar ice caps.
Let's talk about the pandemic. You ran a survey, put a survey out into the field, about 1,500 teens. What did you hear back about how the pandemic, Zoom life has gone for them?
Yeah, so we really wanted to find out, how teens were doing. And we found really a lot of surprises. We had really expected mental health to be awful during the pandemic, and we didn't find that. We found teens were doing relatively okay, but that might be because there were some silver linings to the pandemic, especially for teenagers. For one thing, they didn't have to get up really early to go to school. And they were getting some extra sleep. And we did find that. We asked about sleep, and a lot more of them were getting enough sleep compared to pre-pandemic times. And then they were also spending more time with their families. So 2/3 of the teens in our sample said they felt like they had become closer to their families during the pandemic.
It's interesting because one of the things that I've observed among teens and children that I know is that before, when they weren't on Zoom all the time, any screen was magnetic because it was like, ooh, I get to be on the screen. Now that they have to be on the screen, it seems like there's been a bit of a opposite reaction where now they're like, get me away from that thing to a certain extent. Do you think it's more that reaction, and granted I have a little bit younger kids, or is it more that the actual use has shifted, what people are doing on their phones during the pandemic versus what they were doing before has changed?
We did see a little bit of that in our survey that we fielded. We expected, well, maybe everybody's screen time would go up, and we asked about screen time outside of school, and it didn't. In a couple cases, like for texting, it actually went down compared to 2018, which was our comparison point. So I think that's true, even for a lot of teens. They sat in front of Zoom all day for school. They had Zoom fatigue like everybody else, and maybe they wanted to go do something else. They were still keeping up a fairly high level of use. They're still communicating with their friends online. I mean, how else could they do it? But, we don't know what they were replacing that time with, because they weren't doing activities and so many other things. So I think a lot of it was family time. It may have just been pursuing other things. But yeah, despite people's fears, we didn't see like this huge explosion in leisure time screen use among teens during the pandemic. It just didn't show up, at least in the teens that we sampled.
It kind of brings up an interesting point that some people made about, your original article and about your book, which is the role that parents play. We talk about teens' use of these devices and social media, but parents also obviously have been sucked into this world. And I guess the question really here is, how much do you think parental phone and social media use explains some of the phenomena you've seen versus teens specifically?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm asked that a lot, and I think for younger kids, that is a pretty solid theory that it's not a great experience for anybody when you're trying to get somebody's attention and they're on their phone. And we're all sucked into this, and it kind of pulls us out of the moment, and parents are no different. And that can be an issue. For teens, especially pre-pandemic, when they were busy with many activities and with their friends and so on, I think it's it's a little bit less likely of an explanation compared to that for younger kids, because for teens it's all about their friends, and I think that's really why the smartphone did have such a big impact on their lives. It fundamentally changed how they spent their time outside of school, that it shifted from hanging out with their friends face to face to communicating with friends online. And communicating with friends online is just not as good for happiness and mental health, because they weren't replacing it. I don't like during the pandemic, they seem to be replacing it with sleep and family time, which are good. But pre-pandemic, that was not the case. They were replacing that face-to-face time with friends with online time. And it's a pale substitute.
In your survey, one of the other things that came out was that the actual kinds of activities that teens were doing online were sort of slightly shifting away from the sort of more connective tools, like let's call that shorthand, Facebook, Instagram, more like social networks as we've traditionally thought of them, to more sort of like passive video watching. And I wondered if a big part of that shift was just, TikTok itself. Just, every teen that I know, it's like, that's what they're doing on their phone a lot. And the question I want to ask is like one level of abstraction up, which is just that as the apps have changed that people use, that teens use, do you see that changing the data about their happiness? Like, does TikTok make them happy and Instagram makes them sad? Like, are you able to get at that through your methods?
Yeah, it's really hard to try to nail down on that, partially because the technology changes so fast that these surveys can't keep up. But in a recent paper, I was able to look at that to an extent. It was titled "Not All Screen Time is Created Equal." And there we found that the strongest links to depression were time spent on social media and general time spent online. And there were weaker links for watching videos and for gaming. So it's interesting because that doesn't fall clearly on, passive versus active, but it does seem to point to social media being more problematic for sure. Maybe because it's not in real time, because it's curated. It's hard to tell exactly why, but social media just seems more toxic, and spending more time on it just is more strongly linked to depression than some of these other activities. And with that emphasis, switching over to TikTok, watching videos is not as strongly linked to depression. So that could certainly be part of what was going on.
I think what you're saying is Facebook was a bad idea.
Some of its founders have suggested just that. I mean, Sean Parker said Facebook exploits a vulnerability in human psychology, but we did it anyway, and God knows what it's doing to our children's brains. Those were his words.
Yeah. I want to explore at least one alternate explanation for some of the happiness effects that happiness changes that we've seen in teens. And one is, thinking about the structure of economic opportunity for a lot of these young people, not necessarily narrowly, what's the unemployment rate, but just that jobs look different, that going to college looks different if you have to take on a bunch of debt. And you've got all these people in the teen years kind of staring out at a landscape of economic opportunity that seems really pretty tough. Have you been able to sort of compare or do research within that vein of like sort of for kids who are looking at, a future of gig work and a debt burden college experience, do they experience higher levels of anxiety or depression versus kids who will have other advantages that will cancel those things out?
Well, I mean, first, those trends in mental health, as you say, depression, appear across the socioeconomic spectrum. So it's not just, say, the lower middle class kids who are anticipating, a more difficult future showing it. Nope, it's showing up among the middle class, upper middle class kids as well. The other piece of the puzzle is if it were something around anticipating college debt or something around being concerned about employment prospects, what we would expect in the data would be the strongest trends for maybe the 17 to 22-year-olds. in terms of the uptick in depression and self-harm and suicide. And that's not the case. It's the opposite. So the data on emergency room admissions for self-harm is a good example. By far the largest increases are among 10 to 14-year-olds who are, this probably isn't even on their radar. It's unlikely that that's on their radar, that they're sitting around worrying about college debt and what kind of job am I going to get when I enter the workforce. That's not at the forefront of their minds. For them, it's school and friends and all of those types of issues. And that's where we're seeing the biggest and most troubling increases in self-harm, for example.
That's interesting. So we're going to explore mental health a little bit later in this event. And from your perspective as a psychologist, what can be done to help kids and adults use these technologies in a healthier way?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you asked that, because I think sometimes I've been misread as being completely anti-technology, which is not at all the case. Smartphones are great. There's so many wonderful things that we can do with them. Technology was such a godsend during the pandemic, and in being able for us to do work in school remotely and communicate with each other. It's all about moderation. It's just about setting reasonable limits around how we use technology. So I think when I give talks to parents and to teens themselves, I always say, if you want to take one thing away from what I'm going to tell you, it should be this: that you should not have your phone or tablet in the bedroom overnight while you're sleeping after lights out. Just that there's times and places for technology, and we need to make sure that we preserve sleep, because there's just this raft of research showing that you have your phone accessible, it disrupts sleep. So that's the number one rule. And then beyond that, just during the day, try to find more of a balance. Maybe no phones at the dinner table, maybe setting a limit of, say, I'm only going to spend an hour a day on social media, just some kind of reasonable limit, instead of having the technology take over our lives. Have the smartphone be a tool that you use, not a tool that uses you.
Mm-hmm. That sort of answers Becky's question, which was, as the mother of a 15-year-old, she was looking for some tips and tricks or encouragements to get her daughter to focus less on social media and consumerism. With our last, say, 15 seconds, any last tips for handling teens?
Use the parental controls on smartphones. You can shut it down at night. You can limit time on certain apps. Just like you set limits on how many cookies they have or when they go to bed, set limits on technology.
That's excellent. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Twangy. This is always illuminating to talk with you, and thanks for all the research that you do trying to keep our kids healthy. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And now, our next message from the Dalai Lama.
My name is Yogi Kurniawan, and I am from Indonesia. My question is about prosperity. Traditionally, people are happy from simple things, but now people are chasing to grow their personal wealth. What is the effect of this on happiness?
It is quite clear. The real sort of happiness related with mind, emotion. So, materially, even poor, they mentally can be very happy. Then some nowadays more businessmen or more also the rich people, it's the facility of sort of also their life, plenty, but inner mind, mental level, discontent, and too much sense of competition, always want more, discontent. So then, the physical level seems to be very good, but mental level always worry, distrust, and fear. And that eventually create anger. So, such case, the person will not be happy one, full of anger, full of sort of jealousy, like that, distrust. So now, the very important is our life, materialistic life, but we should not neglect some teaching, some knowledge about our emotion, how to keep emotion level peace. For that, what kind of emotion is peace, helpful to maintain. Some emotion very harmful. So we need, you see, knowledge about map of emotion. That's very important.
How does our story shape our future? Please welcome Brian Offit, Board of Directors Chairman for Project Healthy Minds, and Amit Paley, CEO and Executive Director of the Trevor Project. Atlantic staff writer Emma Green is here to lead the conversation.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emma Green. I'm a staff writer here at The Atlantic, where I have the pleasure of covering religion. And that brings me into all sorts of areas of life, including some of the aspects of life that are most personal to us, our mental health, the way that we think and feel as we move through the world, and how our background shape with that. So I'm really excited today to be talking with Amit Paley, who runs the Trevor Project, and Brian Offit, who is part of Project Healthy Minds, who may join shortly. Amit, maybe we could just start by talking about this public health crisis that we've recently been enduring. It's also a mental health crisis. And I wonder for you in your world, where you've seen that manifest.
We have seen it manifest in so many ways over the past year. It's been a very challenging time for everyone in terms of the impact that this pandemic has had on mental health. And it has had disproportionate impacts on people of marginalized identities, including LGBTQ young people. At the Trevor Project, we run 24/7 phone, text, and chat lifelines. And at times, our overall volume has more than doubled from our typical rates, just because young people are really struggling who are LGBTQ, often being trapped in families with trapped at home with families who are not supportive or affirming, and at times even families that are abusive physically or emotionally.
You know, I have been really interested in the research that you all have recently done, just trying to quantify exactly how much those impacts have been on LGBTQ youth. Could you share a little bit about what you all have understood about the effects of the pandemic and recent mental health outcomes?
Sure. So we actually just released a national survey yesterday on LGBTQ youth mental health, and it had a number of really troubling statistics about the impact of the pandemic and COVID on LGBTQ youth. One of them is that 70% of LGBTQ young people in this survey of 35,000 LGBTQ youth, 70% of them said that their mental health has been poor for most or all of the pandemic. LGBTQ young people, majority of them said that they were not able to feel comfortable at home. Only a third said that their homes were affirming of their identities. And many said that they were not able to express their sexual orientation or gender identity. And I think it's also important to recognize we're talking about the pandemic as one crisis, but we've actually had a series of crises over the past year. There was the public health crisis. There's a financial crisis. There's been a national reckoning on systemic racism and racial violence that has impacted people's mental health. And then there's been a huge amount of really heated and negative political discourse. And our survey found that 94% of LGBTQ young people said that recent politics had a negative impact on their mental health. I mean, that's basically almost every one of the LGBTQ young people of the tens of thousands that we spoke with said politics has negatively impacted their mental well-being, which I think is a wake-up call for changes we need to make in our political discourse in this country.
Wow. Well, so we're now joined by Brian Offit of Project Healthy Minds. And Brian, I've been talking with Amit about the big context that he is seeing about the way that the pandemic and our public health crisis has affected mental health. I wonder for you where you've seen the crisis in mental health manifest among the people that you're talking with every day.
Sure, thank you. And thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today, with you and Amit. It's interesting, I was just listening to the results of Amit's survey. We did a survey recently among 18 to 34-year-olds. Now, this was the population broadly, right? But we asked people to identify themselves, and what we found was disturbing in a way that I think Amit can really relate to. People who identify as LGBTQ+ are 3 times more likely to report their mental health as poor than the general population. They're 2 times more likely to say that they experience anxiety all the time than the general population. And 73%, I mean, this is very consistent with what Amit just said to you, 73% describe their mental health as poor or fair, which is up, only 51%, for example, of straight respondents describe themselves as being in that condition. So it is very clear that this community is disproportionately affected by what's going on in the world.
I wonder if both of you could offer theories as to why. Why is it that people who are LGBTQ are feeling the pandemic especially hard, or people of other marginalized backgrounds, people of color, people who are poor? What are the sort of exacerbating factors here that lead to such stark outcomes that both of you have just outlined?
I'm happy to jump in first. I think this is a really important question, because when we talk about LGBTQ people and we talk about these disparities that LGBTQ young people are more likely to attempt and consider suicide, we want to be really clear. LGBTQ people are not born more likely to have negative mental health outcomes. They are not born more likely to attempt suicide. That happens as a result of the discrimination and the stigmatization that happens in society. There's a whole body of social science research that has talks about the minority stress model, and that the fact of being someone who is marginalized or of a minority identity in society means that you constantly are facing discrimination, stigmatization, isolation because of that. And it is those things. So for LGBTQ young people, for example, we have a lot of LGBTQ youth who are at the K-12 level. They might have had that one supportive adult, that teacher in school, or that guidance counselor, or that friend. The pandemic started, and then they were cut off from that source of support. Or in the case of college or university students, they came out. Many of them come out for the first time when they get to college, but then when the pandemic happened, they suddenly had to go back home, and then they had to make a really difficult choice. Do I come out to my family when I might not have been ready to do that, or might not think it's safe to do that? Or do I go back into the closet? And either of those outcomes can have really negative impacts for mental health. And just one final point I wanted to make is that you talked about people of color as well. I think it's important that there are LGBTQ youth who are also youth of color. And in our survey, we saw that LGBTQ youth of color face disproportionate rates of negative mental health outcomes, were more likely to have attempted suicide than white LGBTQ young people, who are more likely to have attempted suicide than non-LGBTQ people. So looking at those intersecting identities and making sure that we have specific approaches and support for people based on their identities is critical to address this public health crisis.
Yeah, and I completely
Brian,
agree.
yeah, would you like to add? Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, I'd love to add to what Amit just said. You called this session, you used the word story, right, in titling our session, and I think stigma, which drives these problems ultimately, because stigma leads to all the behavioral traits that drive these problems. Stigma is largely driven by the story. I mean, I don't want to be resort to cliche here, but we all know, right, that the traditional story that society told about people who are LGBT was a story of tragedy and of illness, right? And it was only 24 years ago in 1997 when Ellen DeGeneres had her character come out on national TV, and she paid a heavy price for that. And today, right, we've got on Fox, of all networks, we have a show called 911 Lone Star, where we have a biracial couple, TK and Carlos, right, who are living out a traditional television romance, bedroom scenes and all. So clearly we're coming a long way, but I think story, right, in the context of culture, helps drive perception, which helps eliminate stigma. And at Project Healthy Minds, we have 3 missions, right? One is to eliminate stigma, and ours is around stigma around mental health, right, for millennials and Gen Zers. Second is to lead people to resources that it's hard to find, because again, stigma keeps people from talking about where they need to go for help, right? And then thirdly, we're really interested in influencing companies and workplaces to properly take care of their people, to assure mental health and stability at work. And so I think, as Amit said so articulately, the LGBTQ community, people of color, just hit harder than the general population due to stigma. And I think the intersectionality of all of these issues really tells the story of why we are where we are, and it also sort of points us in a direction to solve the problem and to work very hard at doing so.
I want to pick up on something you said, Brian, about providing resources. This is an event that's all about happiness, and we've largely been talking about a problem that is really challenging and painful for both all these youths that we're talking about, but also their families and their community members. I wonder if there are ways that you think we can start to rebuild some of those support systems that disappeared during the pandemic, especially for young people who have marginalized identities or maybe multiple marginalized identities who really have been hurting during the really isolating last year that we experienced. Brian, you want to start?
Sure, I'll start, and I'll sort of relate these comments to my service on another board, which was the LGBT Center of New York City, right, which is the second largest sort of multi-service gay organization in the world. And at the center, we had a really powerful program called Center Youth, and it was a place where kids could come together, kids who were not necessarily accepted or even loved in their homes, some of whom were in danger in their homes, but they could come together in this safe space in the center and form community. And it was through their interactions with each other and through the support of community that they were able to pursue happiness, right? And to feel acceptance and to feel love. And, Amit will pick up on this and talk a lot more about it, because his organization is a beacon of light in this regard. But one thing I do want to say in these pandemic times is thank God that the communities, in some respect, right, it's not as good as getting touched or getting a hug, but in some respect, people have been able to, continue with these community activities virtually. And I think it is in the gathering of kindred spirits, that people start to find their way to happiness and health.
Amit, do you have any insights here about how we could build towards a happier future for some of these young people?
I think Brian put it really well, but there are a few things I would add. We have tried to say to LGBTQ youth during this pandemic that when we've been talking about, people use the term social distancing, we're really not talking about social distancing. We've been talking about physical distancing, and hopefully we were trying to find ways to have social connection. And it's interesting, our research has shown that online communities have been really critical during this pandemic for young people, especially LGBTQ youth, to be able to connect with others and feel that sort of sense of kindred community that Brian was talking about that is so important. I do think there are two levels I might add that there's change that needs to happen to support and rebuild and hopefully improve mental health outcomes. One, on a personal level, we need people to be there to support others. And at the Trevor Project, we advocate that people use an acronym that we call CARE. It stands for Connect with Someone, ask them directly about suicide or their mental health, respond with compassion and empathy, and then empower them with information and resources. People are often, there's so much stigma, as Brian talked about, and the work that he and his colleagues are doing is so important. There's so much stigma for some people even to use the words suicide. And in fact, some people are afraid to ask or talk about it. And in fact, the research shows asking someone, are you thinking of killing yourself, can be one of the best ways of helping to prevent suicide, because it allows someone to open up and talk about something they're struggling with that may have seemed taboo. So on a personal level, we really encourage people to reach out. And I think on a societal level, we need to make changes to policies. Young people and adults as well are not able to access mental health care. Our survey showed that half of LGBTQ youth who wanted to access mental health care could not get it. That is shameful in 2021, that we know that services that are critical to save lives are not accessible. And the last thing I will say is that we also need to stop the political attacks that are happening on young people of various identities. In particular, even as we speak across the country, there are state capitals that are targeting trans and non-binary young people with really devastating legislation that would prevent them from accessing medical care, prevent them from using restrooms. We need to stop those types of policies, because those are the types of things that increase the rates of suicide among trans and non-binary young people.
Well, I really appreciate those notes from both of you about both hopefulness coming out of the pandemic, but also the real need for change, different structural supports for people who are struggling in this time and another time. So thank you both for joining us.
Thank you.
And with artist Axel Van Quaye for our visual gratitude journal. Thank you to our audience members for submitting what you are grateful for. Still to come, Deepak Chopra, Bishop T.D. Jakes, and more. Conversation about breaking the silence on the struggle. Please welcome Tracy Jenkins, Executive Director of the Boris Lawrence Henson Foundation, and Juliana Goldman, journalist and founder of Mama Den.
Tracy Jade, you are an artist, you're a producer, you're an educator, you're a nonprofit leader, and you are on a mission to destigmatize mental illness. And you have been especially outspoken about your own struggles with anxiety, with depression. Could you take us back to when that first started for you, and how did you know?
Sure. And thank you for having me today. I realized that I was challenged with something, didn't know what to call it, didn't know how to identify it. That was something that we didn't talk about in our household or in our community, anxiety or depression. But I learned that something was different, something was off. I wasn't able to express that. I knew I could feel this sensation in my body of discomfort and questioning and fear, massive fear around small things. And, eventually at around 13 years old, it all came crashing in. And I actually lost the ability to move. I was rushed to the hospital by my parents, and we didn't understand what was happening. Am I having a stroke? What is this? And as soon as I got to the hospital, I was fine. It was this overwhelming fear of not feeling safe. And I wasn't able to identify until later on that not feeling safe was normal in the Black community. We didn't feel safe walking out of our doors during the crack epidemic, for example. You're going to school and you're learning one of your classmates was murdered yesterday, but you're still, it's still expected that you should function in class and do your lessons and turn in your homework as if nothing happened. So it happened at a very young age. I'm still challenged with it. Thankfully, I have tools now to address that. And with the Boris Lawrence Henson Foundation, we're looking to provide those kinds of tools and services to those in the African American community who are suffering with anxiety, depression, bipolarism, and all the other pandemics that we know about, social injustice, healthcare inequities, you name it.
Why do you think so many people of color are not paying attention to their own mental health?
Well, I don't think they're not paying attention to it. I think they don't have the terminology to name what it is. They understand that they are, feeling restless or hopeless in some moments, but that's not something we learn in our homes. It's not something we learn in the school system. To either identify or even given the tools to deal with it. So I think that we are very aware that something's not right. But again, we just need more education at an earlier age so that we can catch it young, address it young, so that we don't have a whole adulthood where we're still trying to figure out, how do I deal with how I feel? We need to talk about it more. There's a stigma in our community that says, once you say that you are vulnerable or that you don't feel like you have, enough strength to move through a certain moment, you're deemed inadequate, especially for Black men. We are not so far away from being considered 3/5 of a man, of a human. So, you're looking at all of those historical contexts that we have to look at as well, where African Americans never felt whole in this country for so many reasons. And we can certainly talk about that, the transatlantic slave trade and et cetera. Yeah.
I wanted to follow up on that though. Why is there that stigma? Where do you think that comes from?
Well, again, we are African Americans come from a griot of communication, meaning we communicate by passing stories down from generation to generation. We didn't have the tools. We couldn't write it down. We didn't know how to write. We didn't get all of the things that other cultures have had access to. So we pass down orally, be it our history, our traditions, and as we pass these stories down, we also pass down the fact that we need to be quiet. We need to hush. We need to hold our secrets to ourselves because it's going to be used against you. You do not have the right to feel angry or frustrated with things that are going on around you, because then you'll be seen that way. And you will then receive what the terrible, terrible injustices are around dealing with that behavior. We look at the prison system. We see how many African Americans compared to other cultures are there, having done the same crime. So we couldn't talk about being frustrated, angry, feeling sad, lonely, depressed, because there were actually and still are actually things that we're demonized for, and we receive those kinds of treatments that says you have no right to feel that way. So that's been passed down generation to generation, and we're looking to break that cycle with the Henson Foundation. We want to get people to talk more about it and feel safe.
Tell us about the work of the foundation and what was the genesis? How did you start it? And how do you measure success in this effort to raise awareness around mental health issues?
Sure. We started the organization about 3 years ago, Taraji Henson and I, who is the founder. And, I suffered with anxiety, depression my whole life, as I just spoke about. And she was my best friend through it all since we were 12 years old. And back then, we used to joke about it. It was, and it was okay. Nobody took offense to it. It was just like, girl, you're going to be okay. Just, come on, we're still going out to the playground, even though you feel that way. You'll feel better later. And she was in the position to witness that with me, as well as her father. And her dad also suffered with depression. He was a Vietnam vet and didn't get the appropriate care. And then she began to, realize she had her own challenges with anxiety and depression. And when looking for a therapist, it was really hard for her to find one, both for herself and for her son. We realized that there are culturally competent therapists out there, and it's important that we have folk who understand everything we just talked about, the traumas that Black people have experienced, what we go through daily with stressors, the systems that are in place that we're challenged with every day in America. And it was hard to find that therapist because they're busy. They're full, literally. So we wanted to find a way to bring these services to others like us who are having a hard time as well. And we started the organization where we provide culturally competent therapists as well as free services.
And one of the goals is to also increase the number of African American therapists as well. Do you have any data on those numbers, and why do you think there is such a pipeline issue?
Well, again, going back to the fact that we don't talk about it at home, so our children don't even know to dream about that. They don't know, to think about how can I become a therapist or psychologist. That's not on the list of goals. We want to be a teacher, maybe, or we want to be a hip hop artist, or we want to be a doctor, but not in the world of psychology, right? So we then started a program where we offer scholarships to young people who are interested in the mental health field. So we give them the education. We have services that we provide to young people in schools. In fact, right now we have a national campaign, a national awareness campaign that we just launched called the Unspoken Curriculum. And that was a campaign that we started to sort of have public awareness around issues that confront our young people in the education system, racism, biases. And we want to advocate for kids and have them advocate for themselves to talk about it, And again, the more we talk about it, the more young people get more familiar with it and comfortable with it. And maybe they'll want to be a therapist to help others to talk about it later. And this was made this was made available to us through a very, very dear partner who's the Edelman Company. So we're excited about that.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you about the mental health support in urban schools and the Unspoken Curriculum and why this is such an important time to be launching this.
Well, young people in the African American community have, been challenged with all of the issues we talk about: isolation, seeing police brutality happening in our communities daily, social inequities, you name it. COVID exacerbated all of those issues for our young people. So we feel that now that they're coming out of this isolation, we wanted to make sure that there was a safe place for them to land. And, they spend a lot of time in schools. So we figured if we'd addressed these issues in their schools where they can feel comfortable maybe talking with their peers. We have group hangouts that are associated with the unspoken curriculum where after school kids have a place to go and talk about these challenges and issues with mental health therapists in the space with them through hip hop therapy and all kinds of wonderful programs across the country. We also have made free therapy, individual therapy, available to them with culturally competent therapists. And hopefully they'll feel a little more comfortable to ask for the help, advocate for themselves. We've made groups available for parents and educators. If they'd like to come into a hangout space, they can do that as well. And all of this is available on our website, BorisLHensonFoundation.org.
During the pandemic, you launched a Facebook show with Taraji B. Henson, Peace of Mind. Can you talk a little bit about that effort and why you think it's been so impactful?
Sure. Well, our goal was and still is to help African Americans feel more comfortable talking about their challenges. And so if they saw in a Taraji, right, and myself, and then, anybody in the average space who comes on and talks about their challenges, that they would feel more comfortable to talk about theirs. There are Facebook groups that exist. We're hoping that, the show will inspire others to not just watch the show, but do that next step, whether it is, clicking on our link to get therapy services that are free, or joining a group with others who may be challenged with similar issues. And so the whole goal is to normalize it. They see us sitting around talking, we laugh on the show, we cry, we toast, we have a varied sort of response to some of our challenges, but we just wanted people to see it right, in front of them and not feel like it's some mystical, space that people are gonna, not survive. So we wanted to encourage people to talk about it and get the services they need.
And you've also said that it helps people where they are. It goes into living rooms and cars. I mean, do you think in some ways the pandemic has made therapy options more accessible?
Absolutely. I don't think we would have gotten the response that we have in terms of offering the free services. I'm not sure we would have gotten over 3,500 sessions in if people weren't allowed to do it from their homes. You don't have to worry about who's watching you walk into the office or, whether somebody is going to be critical because you're reaching out for services. It's a private affair. You can go into the bathroom if you want to and close that door, the closet, and talk to your therapist. So that was, the pandemic has allowed for this space to be a little more open and welcoming to those who may have been on the fence.
Tracy J., we have under a minute left, but I just want to ask you in closing, what is one thing that made you especially happy today?
I would say that understanding that I have sort of self-regulation, right? So we spend almost 90% of our time in fight or flight mode. And each day I try to decrease that number by 5 minutes, for example. So, when I walk outside the door and I hear the birds chirping and I'm in the city, I still hear the cars blowing and the ambulance going and the police rolling. But I've found my zero. I know what it feels like to feel safe in my body. And today I felt safe more so than I have felt being in fight or flight mode. So every day I can count on adding that time to my life. I feel good. I feel happy. And I hope that and wish that for all of you out there.
Well, thank you, Tracy Jade. Appreciate the time today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care.
And now our second happiness exercise, rethinking your social media diet.
Hi, everybody. Research has clearly shown that the overuse of social media is bad for us. It's bad for our mental health, it's bad for our relationships, it lowers our happiness. So if you have a social media habit, if you just can't quite tear yourself away, what can you do? Think of it the same way that you would if you had an eating problem, something that you really wanted to change about your diet. You'd go on a diet, you'd go on a cleanse perhaps. So let's think of a social media cleanse, and here's what I recommend. Take all your social media consumption and limit it across all platforms added together to 30 minutes a day or less. There are easy ways to do this. There are apps that you can get on your phone, or you can just write it down by hand, but make sure you're sticking to under 30 minutes a day for 2 solid weeks. Each day, take 5 minutes at the end of the day and see how it's making you feel, and write that down too. At the end of 2 weeks, you're gonna like what you find, and maybe you're gonna have a new habit that's gonna make your life better. If you like this idea and you want to discuss it with others, touch the networking button on the left-hand side of the screen, and you can talk about this with other attendees to the festival.
For a conversation on combating loneliness, please welcome the U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek H. Murthy, and Dr. James Hamlet, staff writer at The Atlantic.
Dr. Murthy, it's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. I'm excited for our conversation.
So I'd like to start off simply, depending how you define it. When you hear the word happiness, what do you think of? Could you define it? What does it mean to you?
That's a really profound question. And I think when I think happiness, the words that come to mind are joy, fulfillment, and meaning. That's what I think about. And I think about that in a very personal context, because the times in my life when I felt the most happy are those where I've had things that have brought me joy, made me smile, made me appreciate something about life. Moments where I've been engaged in something meaningful. That could be spending time with my family or working on an important issue. But that's how I think about happiness. And I think that it's an extraordinarily important determinant of our health, our physical health and mental health. I think it's what we think about as we get older. It's when I think about the conversations I've had with patients over the years who are at the end of their life, it's what they are often thinking about. But I find it's not often at the center of what society uses to determine whether or not we are successful. And in that, I find a profound challenge, because I feel like we are driving people toward the wrong outcomes.
You, in the time between your prior services, Surgeon General, and now, you wrote a book, and it's about loneliness and combating that, what we can do. How did you decide, or how did you come to that as this sort of unifying problem, which is surely related to happiness and health in many different ways? How did you decide to focus on loneliness specifically?
Well, it was an unexpected journey for me, James. If you had told me when I started my tenure as Surgeon General that I would not only be working on loneliness, but write a book about it, I would have said, I think it's probably unlikely. But what happened to me were a couple of things. One is there was a background to this in my own life, even before I began my time in office. I had, as a child, had really struggled with loneliness, and I had, especially in elementary school, and I still remember getting dropped off at school by my mother and feeling, just this pit in the bottom of my stomach, and I was scared. And I was scared not about a test or about teachers. I was scared about being alone and feeling like you would walk into that cafeteria at lunchtime every day and have no one to sit next to, or feel left out in some way. And so that was on my mind, certainly over the years. But then there was experience in medicine I had, which is that as I cared for patients, I realized there was something they were dealing with that I never learned about in medical school. And many of them were coming in alone. And at difficult moments in their illness, when we had to make a big decision, for example, about whether they should get surgery or not, or when we had to make a decision about whether to stop treatment, for example, for an illness that wasn't getting better, I would often ask them, is there somebody you want me to call so we can have this difficult conversation together? And so often patients would say, I wish there was, but there's nobody. So against that backdrop, I go into my tenure as Surgeon General, starting with a listening tour, hoping to learn from people in communities across the country about what's important to them. And what I heard in part, James, were some expected stories about people's struggles with diabetes and heart disease, their concerns about social media and how it's impacting their kids, their worry about the opioid crisis as they saw it affect their families. What I didn't expect, James, were the stories that slowly started to emerge about people's isolation and about how lonely they felt. And people wouldn't come up to me and say, "Hi, my name is Vivek. I'm struggling with loneliness." But rather they would talk about feeling like they had to carry all the burdens in their life by themselves, or that if something happened and there was a crisis, that they would have to deal with it on their own, or how they sometimes felt just invisible as they walked through life. And I was hearing that not just from people who are older and living alone. I was hearing this from college students who lived on campuses with thousands of other students, from moms and dads whose lives were filled with other people at work and at home, but somehow felt isolated and alone. And that is what led me to realize there's something deeper happening here in our country and society more broadly, where we somehow have become more alone and more isolated, even though we have more and more ways to see and connect with each other through technology.
Well, your book lays out many different, underlying factors to that and things that might be done to address it. But as the pandemic has sort of shown a spotlight or a magnifying glass on so many issues, loneliness is certainly one where we're actually told not to leave our homes and can't. Do you see there being long-term trauma health issues that come back to that question of loneliness that many people experience very acutely during the pandemic for the last year and a half?
Well, I think there's a word you used in there, which is trauma, which I think is very appropriate. Because for many people, the experience of this past year has been a traumatic one, as they've been ripped apart from their way of life, often separated from family and friends. They're facing down the threat of a virus that is invisible but deadly and has claimed over 560,000 lives in the US alone. And that's really difficult, for a lot of people. What's interesting and what's ironic and unfortunate is that at times of stress, James, what we all naturally do, most of us, is we reach out to people in our lives. We pick up the phone and call a friend. We get in the car and go visit someone we love. But what has happened for so many people in the midst of this pandemic is they've been unable to do that. And that has been extremely difficult for them. I think there will be consequences to it, but I also think that there is opportunity here. And part of what we have to recognize is that this loneliness that many people have experienced is not just a bad feeling, but it's more than that. It's a feeling that has real consequences to people's mental and physical health. We now know that loneliness increases the risk of depression and anxiety, of heart disease and premature death. We know that when people struggle with loneliness, it makes it harder for them to show up in their lives, in other people's lives, at work, in their neighborhoods, as they're the full person that they want to be. So I think the choice we have now, James, is what do we want to do post-pandemic? Do we want to go back to the life that we had, where record numbers of people were struggling with loneliness in our country? Or do we want to build our lives around something different? And I would argue that what modern society tells us to build our life around is traditional definitions of success. And in modern society, success is defined by our ability to acquire one of three things: power, wealth, or fame. And we look at people around the world, and if they've achieved those things, we hold them up as successful, right? We write books about them, we make movies about them, we write stories about them. But the truth is, the world is filled with so many people who are rich, powerful, and famous, but who are profoundly unhappy. And the question I think that I grapple with a lot is, in our effort to design a post-pandemic life, what do we want to recenter our life around? Do we want to build around those traditional definitions of success? Or do we want to actually build our life around something that for millennia has proven to be a source of happiness, a source of joy and meaning and fulfillment? And that happens to be our relationships with one another. And so as we've gone through this pandemic, and I've had my own experience of the the pandemic, my wife and I actually live in Washington, D.C. usually. But in March of last year, 2020, we ended up coming down to visit my grandmother who had fractured her hip. And everything was starting to close down at that time. And we saw the writing on the wall and realized there's a lot of virus circulating. It's probably not safe for us to be traveling. And it's probably a time where we should be closer to family. So we stayed in Miami, Florida, where my grandmother was living with my parents and with my sister. And we've been here for over a year. And I'll tell you, while there are certainly challenges of living in an extended family environment, we've also experienced so many of the joys of being together and of seeing my kids, for example, enjoy wonderful moments with their grandparents. Of seeing just how wonderful it is to be present and just to learn about what's happening in my parents' lives in ways that were hard to fully capture, just catching up periodically by phone. And so even like in our family, we're trying to think about what does post-pandemic life look like? How do we actually close that gap between our stated priorities, which are people, and our lived priorities, which have often been work? And grappling with that, though, feels like one of the most meaningful issues that we should be thinking about and struggling with as we come out of this pandemic.
Yeah. I'd like to ask you personally, as someone who has quite publicly achieved great success and power and all the traditional markers of what societies teach us to pursue, as you mentioned. It might, how do you advise people who haven't, achieved all that you have about, how that fits into your own hierarchy of happiness and goals?
Well, what I would say, James, is that, and this is actually, I think, a direct effect of the pandemic and of having conversations with people around the country who were kind enough and generous enough to share their personal stories with me of loneliness and taught me through their experiences. But I've realized that as much as I think that my values have been in the right place for much of my life, wanting to prioritize people and relationships, the truth is there was a gap, James, in my life. Like I looked at what I stated as my values, but then where was I putting the majority of my time? How was I making decisions about where I lived, about what kind of job I took on, et cetera? And the truth is I wasn't making those decisions in ways that prioritize people, right? I was pursuing some path through which I thought I would make impact and be successful in the world. And it's not that impact is bad. It's not that having money or being famous or being in powerful positions is bad. It's not that at all. It's a question of where does it fall in relation to our relationships. And so one of the things I have learned is that I've got to close that gap in order to be fulfilled and happy myself. And now I have kids, I have a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. I feel very blessed. But that also for me increased, in fact, my 4-year-old is right here and pops into many of my conversations, keeps me grounded for sure. But one of the things that he and my daughter remind me of, one of the things they remind me of each and every day is that I need to be a role model for them too. That I can't say I want to lead one life and give talks on the importance of social connection, but then lead a life that is not centered around that. Because, as one of my good friends told me right before our first child was born, he said, in your life as a parent, your kids may sometimes listen to what you say, but they will much more often listen to what you do. And so my wife and I are conscious of trying to build that life that's more consistent with our priorities, so that our children also hopefully can live a more connected life, a life that's full of enriched with relationships, because that's, I think, where they're going to find the greatest happiness. And that's what we ultimately, like all parents, want for our kids.
Yeah, that's helpful to hear. Something that I've been struggling with over the course of this pandemic is that there's always been, I live in New York. We had a very, very bad time last spring. And then even when things got better, then there were other parts of the country that were being hit really hard. And right now, India and many parts of the world are being hit very hard. And things seem nice. It's a bright, sunny day outside. People are vaccinated. I can hang out with my friends again. And yet knowing that there is so much suffering, there's so much going on around the world that is constantly on my mind because of covering the pandemic. It's been hard to really feel the sort of relief or happiness because I don't want to be too self-centered in feeling that way? How do you think about balancing, the human need for some sort of catharsis or happiness or joy, and yet also realizing that there's so much trauma and tragedy happening in other people's lives, balancing happiness and empathy?
It's a really good question, James. And I feel like it was a question that was very certainly most present, in my mind when I was first entering the world of medicine, and I was caring for patients who were really ill, and including young people who were struggling with metastatic cancer, who were my age, at the time. And I would leave the hospital, and the prospect of getting together with friends and celebrating just felt strange, because I knew that the patient who I had just seen and who I was going to see the next morning was dealing with potentially the final days of their life and the loss of what should have been a long and rich life. So that was hard. But one of the things I think I came to realize over time is that other people don't gain by our lack of happiness. If we're not able to find joy in our life and experience human connection and find that fulfillment, that doesn't necessarily mean that flows to someone else's life. In fact, it is when we are happy and fulfilled that we are often more able to contribute to the lives of others. The challenge is how to not close ourselves off to the experiences of other people, such that we become locked into our own bubble where we are happy but oblivious to the concerns of those around us. If COVID has taught us anything, James, it's that, and it's taught us a great deal, but I think the most human and profound lesson of COVID is that we need each other, that we are better off when we are working together, supporting one another, when we have each other's backs. This pandemic is too big for one person to take on alone, but it turns out that many things in life are too big for one person to take on alone. Yet we have this narrative in modern society that it is individual effort and individual effort alone that determine whether you rise or fall, whether you succeed or fail. And that is simply just not borne out by history, right? Like, Neil Armstrong was the first person to, take a step on the moon, but there were so many people involved in that effort to get a man to the moon. We have won wars in our country. We have made extraordinary progress in turning COVID around. None of those were the efforts of a single individual alone. And I think we have to recognize that and say that to me, the takeaway from that is that we have to, one, be willing and humble enough and vulnerable enough to accept the support of others. But we also need to be generous and thoughtful enough to offer our support to others as well, not just those that we know and love, but those that we don't necessarily know. And as we speak, as we're recording this, there are countries around the world that are struggling with extraordinarily painful surges of COVID. We're seeing thousands and thousands of people die each day in their country, India being chief among those, but there are others as well. Brazil is struggling. Other countries in Latin America are seeing surges in infection. And as human beings, first and foremost, we should recognize that suffering is taking place and ask ourselves, how do we simultaneously work hard to protect ourselves, here in the country in which we live, and make sure that we can rebuild the sources of joy and happiness in our life, but not forget that in the same way that we have been afforded help from others, that we reach out and help other nations as well, whether that involves getting vaccine directly to them, working to help develop additional manufacturing capacity so that they can produce more vaccine, whether that involves sending, as we have done now, into India, ventilators, raw materials for vaccine production, protective equipment like masks, diagnostic tests, as well as technical expertise. These are the things that we have to do, because when we forget about the plight of others, that's when we start disconnecting from people around us. And that's where ultimately I think our unhappiness comes from, because we are at our greatest in terms of joy and fulfillment when we are connected with others, when we are swimming together, in the same direction. And I'm reminded often of that old African proverb that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think all of us in our lives, we want to go far. We want our fulfillment and joy to be long lasting. The best way we get there is by supporting one another. And that's, to me, one of the great lessons of COVID.
To that point, do you think the pursuit of happiness is setting us back sometimes, as opposed to if you compare it to a pursuit of meaning, where you might be saying, I'm going to find my happiness by pursuing meaning, helping other people, helping my community, helping the world.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you asked that question, James, because I find this to be a really interesting conversation that has evolved over the years, right? Around happiness versus meaning, and with happiness in some ways being seen as indulgent in some way, or at worst oblivious, to suffering that's happening elsewhere in the world, whereas meaning is sort of seen as a more noble pursuit, seen in the lens of contribution and impact. But I actually don't think the line is that distinct between the two. I think actually we find great happiness when we are engaged in pursuits that give us meaning. And I also think we're better able to contribute to meaningful pursuits when we are joyful, when we are happy in our own lives. Again, the world does not benefit from us being unhappy. And so I don't think that the pursuit of happiness is necessarily a selfish pursuit. I think what we have to remember as we pursue our own happiness and fulfillment is that we are deeply interconnected to others, and that we have a responsibility to one another. And that means that we can both pursue our happiness while pursuing contribution at the same time. And in fact, that leads ultimately, I think, to the greatest fulfillment for most people.
Dr. Murthy, it's a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you so much for sharing your time and insights, and best of luck in your continued work to get this pandemic under control.
Well, thank you, James. Can I share one last thought, actually, that's occurring to me as you're talking?
Oh, yeah.
I think as we come out of this pandemic, I just want to acknowledge, I know that for so many of us, this has been an incredibly difficult experience. But I think that even before this pandemic began, that there were a lot of people who were very unhappy. They were working hard, but they didn't necessarily feel fulfilled. Maybe they felt lonely. Maybe they experienced depression or anxiety, as millions and millions of people in America have. Maybe they were worried about their kids and what kind of world they were going to grow up in, the way I sometimes worry about mine. But however, it may be, there were many people in our country and around the world who were really struggling when it came to their mental health and their emotional well-being. And I think for too long, we haven't discussed this as a society. We've put mental health behind a curtain. We've said that, gosh, if you're feeling depressed or anxious, or if you're worrying too much, and that's your personal issue, that's not something that you should want to talk about because people think you're weak or you're broken in some way. But I think that each of us, as we look at our own struggles, we have the power, I believe, to normalize these challenges by speaking up and by sharing our own story. And I think fundamentally what we need to do, if we want to address not just our challenges with mental health and emotional well-being, but if we want to do well as a country across the board, is we fundamentally need to redefine what strength is. For too long, I think we've thought about strength as a physical sort of attribute that, if I can pick up a car, gosh, I'm really strong. If I can be the loudest voice in the room, if I can be the most aggressive in a negotiation, well, then I'm strong, I'm displaying strength. But I think that is only one version of strength. And I think the more we learn about human beings, the more I learn about life, the more I've been able and graced and gifted with the opportunity to take care of patients and learn from their stories and their life experiences. I've seen that strength actually so often comes from people who have the courage to be vulnerable, to be open, from people who have the willingness to pause before they judge others, to be generous even when they don't have to. Strength comes from our ability, our willingness, and our courage to express love in all its forms, whether that's compassion, kindness, generosity, or warmth. And that is a definition of strength that I want my kids to learn. It's what I want them to display and seek to cultivate in our own lives. But we have a fundamental challenge right now in society where we have to decide what constitutes strength, what constitutes meaning. What do we want to build our lives fundamentally around?
Wonderful messages. Thank you so much for taking the time, Dr. Murthy.
Thank you so much. It's great to be with you today. Thanks for the conversation.
Take care.
You too.
Please welcome back The Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
It's time for our next round of breakout sessions. Here's what we have scheduled. Click the networking button on the left side of your screen to talk to other attendees. Head over to the Breakout Stage tab to watch an episode of Netflix's Headspace Guide to Sleep. I know I need that. Stay right here for a live question and answer session with Arthur Brooks. And we also encourage you to visit our booths once more with content from The Atlantic and our underwriter Equitable down below. If you missed any of that, I promise you'll find it all in today's agenda. Our main stage program will start again right here at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned for interviews with Bishop T.D. Jakes, Deepak Chopra, and a special performance from singer Jordan Fisher and the global company of Dear Evan Hansen, and much more. We'll see you all soon.
For a live question and answer breakout session on The Atlantic's How to Build a Life column, please welcome Arthur Brooks, here with Atlantic Special Projects Editor Ellen Cushing.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Ellen Cushing. Welcome to Pursuit of Happiness. Over the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to take your audience questions for Arthur Brooks, who is, as you know, our How to Build a Life columnist here at The Atlantic. Arthur, welcome.
Thank you. Great to see you, Ellen. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling happy. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I mean, this is just completely uplifting to me. I've been enjoying the day so much, hearing all these great experts like Laurie Santos and Gretchen Rubin and Jean Twenge, and we still have Deepak Chopra to go, and we even have more Dalai Lama. This is a smorgasbord of happiness ideas. I love it.
It really is an embarrassment of riches. It's great. I'm just going to jump right in with the first question. So over the last few decades, the happiness self-help space has become more crowded with both professionals and with people who may be a little bit less qualified. So how do you and how can people distinguish science and evidence-based recommendations with things that are maybe a little bit less rigorous?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a legitimate question too. And this is something that we've talked about a lot in The Atlantic in building the How to Build a Life column. And in fact, to build this whole happiness practice and this happiness community that's convening here today. And to give a little bit of a context, it's only been about 20 years since people have been seriously studying happiness as a part of psychology and social science and even neuroscience. I mean, there's a whole journal now called the Journal of Happiness Studies, and there's a whole area of psychology called positive psychology, but that's brand new. And so the key thing to keep in mind is that there's basically traditionally been two camps in the way that we understand happiness. There's the purely academic camp, and which is great. I mean, it's just rigorous studies and experiments and human subjects, and it produces research that we can really trust. The problem is it tends not very effectively to create results that people can apply to their lives and use. Then the other camp has been sort of non-academics that specialize in happiness really legitimately and fantastically well, but who haven't been on the research side. So what we try to do at The Atlantic is to populate the seam between these two communities. In other words, to harvest the greatest ideas from the neuroscience and the social science and the management ideas even, and then talk about how we can apply these things to our lives and share them with other people. So my advice to people when they're trying to figure out how to navigate this world of happiness ideas is to look for ideas that are clearly grounded in research, in the science, and that actually try to help you understand how you can apply it to your life, that does those two things. That's what we're trying to do here at The Atlantic, and there are other people who are trying to do it as well, including our guests who are not writing for The Atlantic here at this festival.
That makes a lot of sense. And do you have any tips for people as to how to understand what is science, like how to read a story and understand if it's science-based or if it's not?
Yeah, well, one of the key tells is, I mean, everything, of course, is on the internet, and there's very little quality control. That's one of the things that we work very hard for. Here at The Atlantic, of course, I mean, you should see the fact-checking process behind my column. I mean, it's like the arbiters of ultimate truth. These fact-checkers at The Atlantic are phenomenal, but not every place has this kind of infrastructure, this kind of quality control standards. The way to look at it is to make sure when you're looking at something about happiness, about the science of happiness, on the internet, for example, or journalistically, that it has links to the research. So it actually, even if you're not prepared to read the summary statistics or the academic journal articles, at least it has some links to these things. So you can look at the abstract on the scholarly papers if you want to, or it's clear that the writers of these things are not just shooting from the hip, that they're trying to base it on something that actually comes from the social science and neuroscience, and they're at least making an attempt to translate it for you for something that you can use.
Speaking of the internet, this question is from John. Can you talk a little bit about how the internet, media, accuracy of information, use of devices like phones and tablets and computers impact our perception about happiness?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Jean Twenge, she talked about this a little bit earlier in her session. Jean Twenge is somebody, she's a visionary, quite frankly. I've been teaching her stuff to my class at the Harvard Business School every year. And so she talks about the mental health consequences of the internet per se. And one of the biggest happiness consequences that is really worth emphasizing is that social media in particular, but screens and all different sorts of media that we're consuming today, they're a substitute for actual human connection. If you watched Vivek Murthy just a minute ago, the power of human connection, this is so critically important. And one of the things that happens chronically to us is that when we're lonely, there's a physiological aspect to it, which is that we're starving for a neurotransmitter, a neuropeptide produced by the brain called oxytocin. That's not OxyContin. It's not an opioid. It's a natural feel-good hormone that you get from eye contact and touch with other human beings. And during the lockdowns, for example, people were really, really starved for it. But just in general, young people who are not getting out as much for all sorts of social reasons, they're starving for oxytocin. So what people do is they look for the best way they think they might be able to get it. And that turns out to be social media, and it's a mistake. No eye contact, no human touch means almost no oxytocin. So the result is today that people are actually binging on social media to get something that they feel they need, but getting lonelier in the process. Now, the analog to this would be sort of binge eating bad food and becoming malnourished and obese simultaneously, which is this weird phenomenon that's happening for the very first time in human history today because of the way that we have prepackaged food. Social media is the junk food of society. It's not what you need when you're lonely. And so this is one of the key things, one of the big public health concerns to keep in mind, and one of the reasons that we should be limiting screen time for ourselves. We should go on a social media fast, which is one of the happiness exercises that we've highlighted during this festival, and something that I've written about a lot. Just in general, we find that it's quite dangerous to be relying on the internet to give us the sense of companionship and links to other people that we actually need. It tends to be a very, very poor substitute.
That makes a lot of sense. It's a little grim, but if you're a TikTok addict like I am, but I understand. I'll take your advice. This is a totally different kind of question, but this is another audience question. Is an inherent issue with our pursuit of happiness that it's rooted in an individualistic framework? How might such individualistic pursuits ignore or fail to address the social injustices that inhibit some individuals from even being able to seek out happiness in the first place?
So individualism versus sort of a more collectivist mentality, it depends on the person, it depends on the society, and the research is very interesting on this. You find that people who are highly individualist and living in individualistic cultures, they do really well for happiness. But people who have individualistic tendencies, which, I don't know, entrepreneurs tend to have this, immigrants have this in a big way. I mean, it takes a hugely entrepreneurial impulse to go to a different country and live there and put all of your social capital at risk, for example. It's a very entrepreneurial thing to do. They tend to be quite individualistic in their outlook. And if they're in a collectivist culture, a society, and there have been a lot of studies that have shown that places like the two very recent big studies in Portugal and Japan, for example, show that they're more collectivist. And people who have more of an individualistic mindset, they struggle for happiness. So the biggest problem is not too individualistic or too collectivistic. It's the mismatch with culture. In 3 weeks, I have a column coming out on this that will actually even allow the readers in How to Build a Life to go to a quiz and learn how to rate their own level of individualistic proclivities. And so you can see for yourself whether or not you're a mismatch. Maybe you should move, but more than that, it'll help illuminate if you ever tend to feel out of place with your own values.
Interesting. A related question comes from Robert. His question is whether we take for granted people's ability to become happy through sheer force of will without addressing the social conditions that might preclude the possibility: racism, ableism, sexism, homophobia, etc. How can I be happy if the social structures work to negate my very existence?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's a question that's been taken up for literally thousands of years. And so, for example, you go back to the Roman Christian philosopher and theologian Boethius, who, when he was in prison, completely unjustly in prison, awaiting a death sentence and to be led into the Colosseum, he was writing a book that became the most important book of his age. And we're talking about the first millennium in the new era, in the Common Era. And what he was writing about was his ability to frame his circumstances. Indeed, there was injustice. Indeed, it was important to speak up. But at the same time, the framing was important. Now, where we really get this in a big way, an important way, is the work of Viktor Frankl, who wrote Man's Search for Meaning. It talked about his incredible ordeal in Auschwitz as a concentration camp a prisoner and survivor of the concentration camps, where he talked about how he knew it was unjust. He was willing to speak out. He was willing to fight for justice if he could, but how he framed it as an experience for himself was very important, because he was able to say, nobody can make me unhappy. This is important. Now, Nelson Mandela is the most recent great example of this. Nelson Mandela, who spent almost 30 years in Robben Island as a political prisoner, completely unjustly, and then came back as arguably the greatest leader of the second half of the 20th century. And what he said very profoundly was that forgiveness was key to him, that framing his own experience was key to him and to his survival and to his leadership. And people asked him, don't you feel resentful? And he very famously said, resentment is like drinking poison and hoping it will kill your enemy. So here's the point. There is injustice. There are hardships. There are problems. There's victimization and exploitation. It's true. And we should fight it and speak out against it. But that should not preclude our own happiness.
This question comes from Dixon, and it's very apt as many of us are thinking about possibly going back to our offices. What steps should companies and organizations take to promote happiness in the workplace specifically?
So we've learned a lot. And one of the things that I think it's quite important over the course of the coronavirus epidemic, it's something that I talked about a little bit earlier in the interview I did with Jeff Goldberg, and a column that I wrote recently about the right questions to ask as us as individuals about how we want to come out of the coronavirus epidemic better than we went in. And the two wrong questions are, what do I miss and what do I hate now? The right questions are, what do I don't miss and what do I like about now? Now, that's not the right question just for individuals. It's also the right question for leaders. What really good leaders in organizations, government leaders, nonprofit managers, my own background is as a nonprofit executive, and for-profit leaders as well, is to be asking employees as they're starting to come back, what do you not miss about your life before the lockdowns? And what do you like about your life during the lockdowns? And let's see what we can actually do to create a better future, a better tomorrow. Maybe we need some sort of a hybrid situation where people can work from home if they want to part of the time and come in part of the time. I mean, there's a lot of ways that we can find a happy medium between what we had and what we have now, so that we can actually, this is necessity is the mother of invention, and we've invented a lot. Let's not just waste what we've learned as we go forward. Leaders need to learn from the experience of the people who follow them.
That makes a lot of sense. This question is from another audience member. How has increased political polarization and disinformation created an unhappier society? So, we know what disinformation and polarization has done to our politics, but I'm curious, and this audience member is also curious about what it's done to our individual happiness.
Yeah, it's been horrible for our individual happiness. You actually find that there's been, in the period of greatest political polarization, you find that people all across the political spectrum have seen tremendous decrements in their happiness. And the reason, once again, it gets back to what every single one of our speakers, Laurie Santos and Gretchen Rubin and Jean Twenge and Vivek Murthy and down the line they've been saying today, which is that happiness is love. And what happens is when we're polarized from people and we make these distinctions around ideological differences and political differences, what we're doing is we're cutting ourselves off from people and doing so in unwarranted ways. Now, I realize that it's really, really hard to deal with people who have beliefs that you find hateful, but consider the following statistic. 1 in 6 Americans today is not speaking to a close friend or family member because of politics. Now, the 4 secrets to a happier life are your faith or philosophy in life, your spiritual life or your sense of the transcendent, family life, friendship, and work in which you earn your success and serve others. Now, if you cut off family and friends because of something like politics, this really is an unforced error. Now, in my own research, I have found that the more minutes you spend watching programming on TV or looking at the internet or on social media about politics, each minute makes you less happy than the last. This is really critical to point out. That we spend way too much time talking about politics. Now, I understand that some of these issues are important, but we're way past the point of diminishing and even negative marginal returns on the binging that we're getting from this information. So my advice to everybody, including me, by the way, because I have strong opinions, is spend less time thinking about ideological differences, more time about the common story we have with our sisters and brothers, the love that we have and the ties that bind with kin and family and history and friends. Be paying attention to those things and downgrading the ideological and political differences that we have. Now, remember, when you hate, somebody's profiting. And it's not you. It's a politician, or it's the media, or it's somebody on social media who wants likes and clicks. But it's certainly not you when you're being encouraged to hate somebody else.
So basically, the key to happiness is to get off Twitter.
Well, I don't know if you should get off Twitter entirely, but you should definitely curate your Twitter feed. You should curate it so you're not being fed hateful messages and encouragement for you to hate other people. Follow people that actually have messages that are uplifting. One of the things that I recommend, I've done a lot of work. I've had on my show John Gottman, who's the world's leading expert in marital reconciliation. And at the Gottman Marriage Laboratory with his wife, Julie, this guy's a hero. He's brought thousands of couples back together again that were going to get divorced, and he's saved their marriages. And one of the things that he does is he makes them carry around these notebooks and keep a 5-to-1 list. And the 5-to-1 list is every time you want to say something sarcastic or contemptuous or dismissing or snarky or negative, you have to say 5 loving, positive, uplifting things first. Like, I want to really lay into her because she picked me up late again from work and it was really inconvenient. But first I'm going to say, I appreciate the fact that last night, I got home late and you made dinner for me. I really appreciate that. And I'm really looking forward to going on vacation together with you. And I love your mother. Maybe that's too much. Anyway, you get the point that you go 5 things. And then when you do that, he finds you don't get to the 6th. Now, my point about bringing that up is we should do the same thing on Twitter. We should have a 5-to-1 strategy on Twitter. I do. And what I found is I implemented John Gottman's 5-to-1 marriage strategy in my social media habits so that I say 5 beautiful, affirming, positive, loving things before I say anything that's critical or sarcastic. And what I found is I never get to the 6th. It has inhibited my following. It's not as fun to watch my Twitter following, but I'm a happier person and I am bringing more happiness to other people.
This question is from Christina. Is there research about cultivating happiness or even a sense of meaning in young children? This so we can set children off on the right path.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of that, and Lori Gottlieb writes about it in her column at The Atlantic, and a lot of people have talked about how do you, the short-term enjoyment strategies, and everything from making sure that people have adequate attention and friendship and access to other people and getting them off social media, but the long-term meaning strategy, which gets back to Vivek Murthy's point about meaning versus just the short-term enjoyment that we get in life, is really critically important as well. And one of the things that I think is super important for us to realize, and it gets back to the literature, the early childhood development literature, and just common sense, quite frankly, is that protecting our kids from having experiences can be a really dangerous business. We all want our kids to be safe. We all want our kids to be protected. I get it, but it's very easy. And my friend Jonathan Haidt, who teaches at New York University, is a psychologist. He's written great stuff on happiness. And one of the things he'll ask, I was asking him about Jean Twenge's research one time, where she's showing that young people, that children are so much more afraid of the outside world than they were before. And this is very robust empirical finding. You find it in all the data that young people are expressing more fear than they did in the past. And you could say that they're more aware and that we were more ignorant, or however you want to do it. And I asked John, what's the deal? Why are young people more fearful? And he said, it's your fault. And I said, what? What did I do? And he said, well, answer this question. How old were you the first time that you actually went out by yourself on an errand, given responsibility to do something like go to the store for your mom? And I'm like, I don't know, 5. And then he says, how old was your daughter? He knows that I have my youngest child is 18 years old. And he said, how old was your daughter when you let her do that? And I said, I don't know, like 14. He said, see? And it's kind of interesting. It's a real generational difference. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up in Seattle, in one of the neighborhoods where there was actually there was a serial killer in my neighborhood, and there was a big fear about that. And I remember my mom asking whether or not I should have to give up my paper route that I was doing when I was 11 years old at 4:30 in the morning, walking around this working class neighborhood that had seen some crime. No serial killers in my neighborhood, but you get the point. And I remember my dad, who had a PhD in biostatistics. I mean, my dad was this like scholar of data, and he said, well, I have been looking at the data on serial killers, and I don't think that Arthur fits the demographic profile, so we should let him get out. That was then. Maybe that's too much risk. Maybe that's under protection. I don't know. I mean, God love my parents. They were great. But John Haidt's point is well taken. And this is the key thing that we need to remember. We need to let our kids live. We need to let them do that. I said this to my daughter, knows I have this mentality. And so she just had her 18th birthday 2 weeks ago. You know what she asked for? Skydiving with me.
Wow.
And we did it on Sunday. And I'm telling you, my life is different permanently. Yeah, it's you got to do it. Ellen, you have to do it.
Maybe someday. Not for me,
but
maybe
great.
someday. This is another audience question on the total other end of the age spectrum. In the Dishes of Happiness framework, how does a retiree redefine work in a way that brings satisfaction?
Oh, that's a great question. And I wrote a long essay on this called Your Professional Decline is Coming Much Sooner Than You Think. It's a really depressing title, but it actually is it's an uplifting essay because it shows actually how you can answer this question. I wrote that in July of 2019 in The Atlantic, before I even had the column, the How to Build a Life column. And that's a book that I have coming out in January. So a book-length treatment of exactly the answer to that question. But I'll give a little preview. The way to think about work as you get older is not to think about retirement, but to think about how to exploit your unique abilities and intelligence. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is that they notice that what they were really good at and what got them ahead when they were younger is not working anymore. And that's generally speaking the case from late 30s to early 50s. That's called fluid intelligence. That's your analytic capacity, your ability, particularly those of us who are so-called knowledge workers or in the idea industries, which is a lot of the people who are watching us today and listening to this conference. And it's like the cycles slow down or something. Well, it turns out that fluid intelligence decreases as a second intelligence is increasing, called crystallized intelligence. Crystallized intelligence is your ability to synthesize ideas into a coherent story, to explain things, to take a bunch of ideas and put them together. So you're less good at coming up with the original ideas, but you're very good at harvesting the ideas of other people and turning them into a coherent storyline that other people can understand. That's why I went from being an original researcher. I was writing mathematical articles early in my career as a scholar. I can't even read them today, to writing the How to Build a Life column, where I'm looking at the original research, translating it, and talking to people how to use it, because I've jumped from my fluid intelligence curve to my crystallized intelligence curve. That is the instructor curve, the innovator curve to the instructor curve. So that's the answer. Find your inner teacher. That doesn't mean you have to literally teach. Find some way to explain, to teach, to mentor, to steward ideas to young people, to explain things in new ways, to have your inner professor come out in new and interesting ways. Maybe you're retired, maybe you're a volunteer, maybe it's a new job, maybe it's redefining your old job, but that's the way to be successful after 50.
That makes a lot of sense. This question is from Emma. Do you draw a difference for happiness between focusing on the good relationships and removing the toxic, rather than a law that you are family, so I must nurture this? Or do you think that estrangement is unhappy making no matter the reason?
Now, that's a really hard question because there's so much nuance attached to it. There is a threshold beyond which the toxicity of a relationship means there must be an estrangement, that there must be removal from it. When there's abuse in a family, one must remove oneself. That's just the way it is. But most cases of estrangement don't actually rise to that level. They come from an ideological or a philosophical disagreement. This is based on the studies of family estrangement. Now, 43% of families have a complete estrangement in them. This is not uncommon. So if people who are listening to us, you say, I'm not speaking to somebody in my family and I feel like there's something wrong with me. No, this is happening in almost 50% of families. In about 17% of families, it's a direct family member, which is to say a parent, a sibling, or a child. There's a complete estrangement from talking about these things, but we have to take those. That's a real source of unhappiness, or I should say it's a missed source of happiness and a source of unhappiness. And if you were listening to the conversation with Jeff a little bit earlier today, I made the distinction between unhappiness and happiness, which are not opposites of each other. They're different cognitive phenomena. Estrangement from loving relationships figures in both parts of the ledger on unhappiness and happiness. So then you have to say, given this estrangement, what is the cause? Is it actual abuse or is it philosophical disagreement? And if it's philosophical disagreement, that is an unforced error and should be rectified. Now, I understand that it takes two to tango, and maybe you can't, but at least you should try. If it's abuse that we're actually talking about, then that's a much, much harder problem. Now, the reconciliation can occur, but while abuse is active, there should be separation.
That makes a lot of sense. This is a question from Marcia. How can older persons with deafness or other sensory impairments connect socially to combat loneliness and isolation?
Yeah, I mean, people who are isolated or maladies or other ailments that make it impossible to connect in traditional ways, or they're just really isolated. And a lot of people were locking down and quarantining by themselves. In those cases, we actually need more creative ways of connecting with each other. I just, went on my little rant about how dangerous social media is. That doesn't mean I'm against all tech. And on the contrary, one of the things, when I'm talking to you, Ellen, I'm actually looking at you in the eyes, and that's giving me happiness via oxytocin. Remember, oxytocin comes from physical touch, and I can't touch you, but I can see you, and that's
I can feel it.
Yeah, that's right. Eye contact actually brings oxytocin. So one of the things that I recommend is that you basically manually, people who have under uncomfortable circumstances, either because of the ailments that they have or the handicaps that they're suffering, or just because of the lockdowns and the alienation that we're actually getting from the current circumstances of the coronavirus epidemic, that we do two things. Number one, which is to increase our oxytocin through bonding and therefore happiness from connection with other people. Number one is that we actually use eye-to-eye technology intensively and socially, and not just for work. Zoom doesn't bring us very much when it's in a meeting for work, but Zoom or FaceTime or Skype or whatever we're using to connect with people that we love, and especially when I do this and I'm looking right into the camera, that actually will stimulate oxytocin in the other person, and it's important to do that. I recommend doing that between 30 minutes and 120 minutes a day with the people that you love therapeutically. Second, we need more therapeutic touch if you are with another person. Now, one of the reasons that we suffer a lot is that we have the same old patterns of interaction with the people we live with, and we're not seeing people on the outside. So having less interaction, we get less oxytocin. I have a colleague, a friend named Paul Zak, who teaches at Claremont Graduate University, and he looks at blood oxytocin levels, and he says that they peak at about a 22-second hug. So my second recommendation is to take a 22-second hug every 2 hours. You need this. Now, if I go to the next room over here and I go to my 18-year-old daughter and say, I need a 22-second hug, she'll say, don't touch me, I hate you. But I can absolutely do that with my wife, and we do that, and it's really, really good for the relationship, and it makes me really happy. And almost everybody who's with somebody else can do that. You need to do that for your self-care.
Do you time it? Do you set a stopwatch?
Well,
wow.
It's wait, we're hugging and we're like 1, 2, 3. No. I'm getting pretty good at estimating. Sometimes they go a little long, I got to say.
That's very impressive. Longer is okay, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Longer's okay, and longer's great. Longer's great.
Okay. Thank you. The last question is from Helen. It's where can I take the quiz or test you mentioned this morning to calculate my personal happiness score? And in general, where can we find more resources?
Okay, so the general happiness score, that was provided by The Atlantic for the festival itself, and it was on the registration page. And so what we will do is we'll make sure that in the materials that we give as on the back end of this festival, so that the web page that you go to look at what we saw today, to click on the links to watch things that you missed, that we also have a link to that happiness survey so that everybody can take it. Another place that you can look is at the Authentic Happiness website at the University of Pennsylvania. That's Dr. Martin Seligman's site, but we will provide that. Just in general, the University of Pennsylvania Authentic Happiness website has a battery of tests. My students at Harvard for my class take 16 self-tests to map their happiness and understand themselves better. And part of the reason for that is that there's no wrong answer. We actually need people who don't have the highest levels of happiness. Can you imagine a world full of cheerleaders? It would be a dystopian hellscape. We actually need people. We need poets too, right? We need poets who wear black turtlenecks. We need lots and lots of people in our society. And that's important. So map your happiness by going to these sites, understanding yourself, and therefore being able to manage this beautiful and critical resource.
That sounds like a great place to leave it. Arthur, thank you so much. This was so interesting. And thank you all for all of your great questions. We hope you'll stick around for the rest of today's program, including Arthur's interview with Deepak Chopra later this afternoon. See you then.
Thanks, Ellen.
Still to come, Deepak Chopra, Bishop T.D. Jakes, and more.
We're here today and over the next few days to explore this very strange year and to try to figure out with our guests where we're headed.
We're living in a very divisive society right now.
For the voters who were denied their right to be heard, that should anger you.
What are we doing here in this administration?
We had a hard time getting candidates even to just say Black Lives Matter. I will stay in jail for the rest of my days rather than make a butchery of my conscience.
We're going to use every moral, non-violent tool at our disposal.
It was time to make the case that human rights and women's rights were the same.
This is such a powerful moment.
This is how we're all living. We're living through a mass rejection of reason.
We lost about 80% of our business in 8 weeks.
By the time this is done, we'll be at over $20 trillion of total economic cost.
I just got a message. The Republicans may let the CR go on a voice vote. If so, do you want to call for a recorded vote? But leave it up to Steny.
If you have to run the House of Representatives from this interview, that's fine.
Society wants us all to live in a box and eat hamburgers and watch dumb TV.
Everybody has a compelling story if you're just willing to listen.
It's we the people that make the difference.
The goal here is to create participation.
And we can use our voices to make sure that we hold people accountable.
There are periods in American history when we've made large, profound leaps forward.
Welcome back to The Atlantic's Pursuit of Happiness. And now, The Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final program block at In Pursuit of Happiness. Over the course of the next hour and a half or so, we'll be talking about the tools to achieve happiness. A perfect topic to discuss during Mental Health Awareness Month, wouldn't you say? I can't wait to hear from T.D. Jakes, Deepak Chopra, and more. And we'll check back in with our artist who is creating a live gratitude journal. So once more, please make sure you add something you're grateful for to the chat, and we'll share it with her. And now I'm so pleased to introduce a special performance from the global company of the musical Dear Evan Hansen. Let's watch.
Hello to our friends at The Atlantic. I'm Jordan Fisher. I play the title role in Tony Award-winning musical Dear Evan Hansen. On behalf of the Broadway, London, and touring companies of Dear Evan Hansen, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of In Pursuit of Happiness. I wish that I could be there with you for this incredible event. I know that I'm not alone when I say that I think that we could all use about as much happiness in our lives right about now. Dear Evan Hansen is a musical about many things, but I think most importantly, it's really about finding joy through human connection, which I know a lot of us have missed over the course of this past year. The song we're going to perform today is written by our wonderful Tony, Grammy, and Academy Award-winning composers Benj Pasek and Justin Paul, whom I love and miss dearly. And the song is called You Will Be Found. Okay, the message really is that you're not alone. And that's what it reminds us of. And that message has been so important to me, our cast, and the many fans of Dear Evan Hansen who have found belonging and solace in our show, as well as, just the reminder of hope and connectivity between human beings. That's the thing that I miss the most. I can't wait for Broadway to return so that we can all be together and bring to life the magic of live theater once again. One of the lines in the song actually says, "Let the sun come streaming in." With that, it's my hope that today's event brings all of us much more joy and much more happiness today and the rest of our days to come. Thank you.
Have you ever felt like nobody was there? Have you ever felt forgotten in the middle of nowhere? Have you ever felt like you could disappear? Like you could fall and no one would hear?
Well, let that lonely feeling wash away. Maybe there's a reason to believe you'll be okay. 'Cause when you don't feel strong enough to stand, you can reach out your hand.
And oh, someone will come running be found. You will be found.
And now our third happiness exercise, intention without attachment.
Hi, everybody. There are two kind of competing goals about how we think about the future. One is that big goals in our lives bring happiness and optimism. The other is the fact that we need to live in the moment to enjoy our lives. There's kind of a competition between living in the future and living mindfully. How can you do both? Well, there's an exercise that I want you to try called intention without attachment. And here's how it works. Set a big, audacious goal, an optimistic goal, something you really look forward to that's 5 or 10 years from now if you want. Then think about the intermediate goals that will get you there. Finally, think about goals a month at a time that will get you to your 1-year goal and by the week. And then finally, for this week, to get to the end of this week's goal that's getting you on your long-term trajectory, what do you need to do today? Now, here's the important part. Detach yourself from the result. Don't obsess over it. Don't think about your desires and cravings 10 years from now. Think about what you need to do to be directionally right today. Write down your list. Cross things off the list. Enjoy the work that you're doing today. And at the end of the day, put down your work and say, this was a day that had work well done. Live inside a day-tight compartment, knowing that you are on your way toward your long-term goal, whether it's exactly that goal that you attain or not. That's intention without attachment. You're going to find that it raises your happiness. If you like this idea and want to discuss it, touch the networking button on the left-hand side of your screen and you can talk about it with other attendees to the festival.
On parenting amid a pandemic, please welcome Angela Duckworth, founder of the Character Lab, Jeanette Betancourt, Senior Vice President of U.S. Social Impact at Sesame Workshop, and Kate Julian, a Senior Editor at The Atlantic.
Jeanette and Angela, it is so nice to be here with you today. I'd like to start with you, Angela. You have spent so much time studying how to help children thrive. And before we get to that question, I'd like to sort of get a sense of our baseline right now. It's sort of shocking to me how little data we have about how kids are doing right now. Can you tell us just a bit about your research and what we know and what we don't know?
I think most parents and other grown-ups in the lives of young people would agree that we want our kids to thrive. And I think we would also agree that that is more than one thing. So we want our kids to be thriving socially. Of course, we want them to feel like they belong and they have people they can talk to and turn to. But also when we start to think about it, we're like, well, that's not all. Thriving is also emotional thriving, right? We want our kids to have positive feelings like joy, and we want them to have, you know, some boundaries on how much negative emotion they're experiencing, like anxiety or sadness. And then we want them to thrive academically if they're school age, right? If they're in
Angela,
middle, high school, or college. Are you having trouble hearing me? Are you
you cut out a bit for me there, but I think we're good now. Yeah, let's back up about 2 sentences.
Okay, good. So I hope this is the right amount of backup, but we want our kids to be thriving emotionally and academically as well. So if you look at those 3 dimensions, we actually do have data from a national sample of high school students. And what we can say is that, you know, these 3 dimensions of thriving are correlated. So kids who are thriving in one dimension thrive in another. But I think most interesting is that there's one large school district where we looked at teenagers who were learning totally remotely. And so they were completely physically cut off from their teachers and their fellow students. And then students in the same exact school district who were learning in person and doing all kinds of fancy statistical controls, which I won't bore you with. Basically, there is a real cost to thriving, a toll that teenagers pay when they are totally isolated, socially, emotionally, and academically. It shows up.
So I think we'll get in a minute to sort of the question about what to do with these older kids that you're talking about. But I'd like to turn to Jeanette for a second. Jeanette, I know that this week has been this year plus now has been just an enormously busy time for Sesame workshops. You've been working on everything from helping kids and families get through mask wearing to talking about racial justice. And I'm really curious, sort of from this perspective, going forward, what do you see as the thing that kids and parents need most, both in terms of help that Sesame can provide, but also just in terms of what kids need from their parents?
That's interesting because, again, we focus on those little ones who are so dependent on the adults in their lives. So what they need now is to acknowledge this is a tough year and that things have changed and will continue to change. But there's also that incredible opportunity that all of you have been fostering throughout this whole discussion throughout the day, and that is that sense and family have experienced together. We're looking also at the negative and the dire impact, job loss, changes in roles and responsibilities, changes in economics. But it's also a time that families have learned to cope. They've become even closer sometimes. And especially with little ones, it's seen them thrive as we're going forward. And acknowledging that as adults, especially as parents, that we are doing the best we can, but even more, and that we thrive through this. So having that perspective of looking ahead and also looking at positive nature, I think brings such validity to us as parents and also the experiences that we have with children.
That's really interesting, and it reminds me of something you said in an Atlantic event last summer, actually, where you talked about the importance of what you called the circle of care, right? The idea that parents cannot care for children unless they're caring for themselves. So my mind, when you say all of this about thriving, immediately goes to the parents, or the parents thriving, and what in your view can the parents be doing for themselves to help them to be better caregivers?
Thank you so much for remembering that. That's such a mantra of us. One is the idea that parents and thriving in terms of supporting young children is not done alone. It's done with what we call that circle of care. And that means that it's parents, it's caregivers, extended family, but it's also what we call key influencers in our community. There's been a lot of discussion about loneliness and isolation and not having a sense of belonging. But here, when we take that perspective of I am not alone as a parent, the experiences that I may have had are not singular, but we find often that parents do feel that way. So having the opportunity of parents knowing that others and reaching out, also having the experience that parents can ask other adults around them to help, but also to look at this, that parenting is not in isolation. Lastly, it's also the idea of how we model for our children. Our young children are extremely perceptive. So if we are feeling isolated and secluded and not reaching out, our children pick that up immediately and actually start to feel the same way. So the more that we model that circle of care and that unity, and that it's not stigmatizing to reach out, I think the better we all are.
Angela, I'd like to throw this question that Jeanette was getting at a moment ago about sort of how we frame this and how we could think of this actually for young children as a time of thriving. I think in many ways it's been a tougher situation for adolescents, but I still think there's something important to consider here in terms of the stories that we tell our kids about the past year, the stories that we help them to tell about the past year, and the stories that we help them to tell about the year ahead. As a parent myself, this is something I've been thinking about a lot, and I'm curious if you could give us any advice.
I'd first like to just say that everything that Jeanette said, I was like, yes, yes, yes. And, just so much science behind it too, affirming in some ways these common sense intuitions, but we all need to remind ourselves of these things, especially now. So in terms of the older kids, the teenagers, I think one of the most important perspectives that I've heard recently expressed was actually, it was an article in the Atlantic Monthly, was by Ron Berger, who said, look, there's a lot of discussion, understandably so, about learning loss, about all of the makeup and the, quote unquote damage that's been done in the last however many months it's been now. And he's like, but here's a really important thing when you're working with adolescents going into the fall. If all of our language and all of our conversation is about loss and you're broken and you're behind and everything is terrible, he's like, my lifetime of experience working with young people suggests like this is not the way to go. In fact, we should be, as Jeanette was saying, like pointing to, first of all, admirable ways in which they showed resilience over the last year. We should also be thinking not about remediation per se, although these gaps in learning are real, but actually, in fact, about acceleration. And again, there is scientific research showing that when you frame, as you put it, and I think that's exactly right, like everything as negative, bad, and terrible, you can actually stigmatize students. You can actually create self-fulfilling prophecies. What we need to do is talk about accelerating, leaning into the fall, and actually not only celebrating what students have done in the past, but I actually think it's a very forward-looking outlook and saying like, what are the opportunities here, and how are we going to make this the best year ever?
It's really interesting. Sort of kicking that back to younger kids for a second, Jeanette, I'm thinking about what Angela just said about sort of remembering moments of triumph, moments of resilience. And I'm also remembering what you said about the togetherness that younger kids have had. And I'm wondering, are there other things from this year that you would sort of caution parents to hang on to? Things that we've discovered and that we've had that we should not let go of as we move forward, if we're going to sort of keep the best of what we've had?
Yeah, but we've discovered one another so much more. Very likely that, especially with young children, parents have spent more time with them. So it means getting to know them even further and almost anticipating what they are saying or doing. We find that with young children, they often show us rather than tell us. So now you're finding that parents are picking that possibly up much easier. It's also the joy moments. For example, I have older children, they're in their teens, but there were these incredible moments of special times, of giving each other cards, cooking together more often. And I found that I was appreciating every moment so much more and every memory. So the idea of maybe with young children taking those drawings or those assignments that may have been school assignments or those pictures and sort of putting them together almost in a journal-like way brings sort of memories and how this time together, although tough, really brought that sense of resilience and thriving and, believe it or not, happiness in terms of coping with a very difficult situation.
I love this idea of a sort of a scrapbook. Angela, are there things that you would sort of want to keep from this period of time for educators, for kids, for parents, for all of us?
Well, one way to memorialize the kind of the highlight reel of the things that you want to remember with joy, with pride, is actually to write about it, particularly if you are a teenager, maybe less so for the really little ones. But there is scientific research from psychologists, including Brady Jones and Mesmond Destin. And what they did was they randomly assigned teenagers to do a kind of control writing exercise versus actually writing about highlight reel of their success, like things where they felt really great about how they reacted in a situation that maybe was difficult. And what's interesting is that when you just give teenagers that prompt to talk about successes, almost inevitably they do talk about failure, they do talk about struggle, but the narrative always ends, of course, because they're thinking about the highlights. They're thinking about how they overcame those struggles, how they learned something, for example. So I think actually written reflection is one way to, enhance the positive benefits, which there already are from having these mastery experiences, as are sometimes called. And in general, I think getting teenagers to reflect on their life through writing is a very powerful tool.
I love that. I have a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old, and we were doing diaries early in the pandemic, and we've let it sort of lapse. But I think it would be a great time to revisit that. Jeanette, I'd like to ask you sort of a two-pronged question. You can take either part of this that you want, but I want to think a little bit about the problems and difficulties that certain populations may face most acutely now. So I'm wondering if you have thoughts about what we as a society need to be doing at this moment to especially care for low-income kids and kids who may have had a disproportionately bad time this year. And I'm also wondering about your work at Sesame Workshop with populations like children with autism over the past year. I know you've done some really interesting stuff like that. And I wonder if there are any morals from that you'd like to share, things that might be helpful to all of us.
Yes, first I will say that we have created a cadre of resources, and they're available in 2 areas. One, all of our autism work is available on sesamestreet.org/autism. And particularly in there, we have provided information on coping, particularly with factors related to COVID-19. So how to wear a mask when you're sensory sensitive, but more importantly, also how to cope with changes in routines. For the autistic community, and especially young autistic children, that sense of routine is so critical, and suddenly that was disrupted very often. So the idea of routines and keeping those routines is critical. I think also, as you pointed out, we have experienced our nation's reckoning around racial justice. We've experienced also dramatic impact on social and emotional health, particularly also impacting around loss of jobs, changes in impact of being severely ill, all of these grief. And in many ways, we haven't been able to have closure. So we also have created a vast number of resources coping either with COVID-19 and all the multiple transitions, coping with grief, even with things such as heightened parental addiction that we may be coping as adults in different ways. So the goal here is, how do I look at my challenge, and especially for younger children? How do I support them? But going back to our earlier discussion, it's not just I as the parent. Our resources are there to reach out, but it's also reaching out within my community so that I feel that I am not being stigmatized for these challenges, and that there is a way to reach out and get community support and not feel that you're handling this alone or you are the only one.
I'd like to, as we wrap up, ask each of you a sort of less pandemic-focused question. If we think of this moment as sort of ripe for reset, an inflection point in many parts of our lives, and we're just going completely blue sky. Angela, I'll start with you. What are like 2 or 3 things that you would like to see us implement in schools or at home? Just do a real about face on in terms of our kids and what we can do to prepare them to thrive, to be gritty, to be happy.
Okay, yeah. Well, first of all, I think that when we think about young people, so often we think like, what can I do for you? What can I give you? What advice can I give you? Actually, what I think a lot of young people, really of any age, appreciate most is actually being asked to be helpful, for them to actually be in the role of the advice giver. And I have research that shows that when, for example, instead of making students always the beneficiary of our generosity, but asking them to be the benefactors, for them to give advice to younger students, for them to be helpful, that actually it improves their own performance. So I think flipping the role, and of course we love our kids, and therefore it's the first intuition, how can I help you? But I think we should be asking kids to be helping others. And I think that's what they really want to do. So that would be my first recommendation. And then the second one actually is that especially as we're able to, I think the research shows that young people increasingly are aware that they want to be with each other physically and not just virtually. And I know before the pandemic, many parents, including myself, really would love to have seen our kids on screens less. They would have liked to see more real in-person social interaction. And now maybe the last year has helped our teenagers realize that they miss each other in 3 dimensions. And that kind of spontaneous, real interaction, I think, is something that we're all looking to get back to. And that includes our teenagers.
I love both of those points, especially the first one. This is something that I noticed with my own children over the past year, that we had so much more time where they were in those kinds of mixed age settings, whether it was just playing with each other or playing with kids in the neighborhood, where they were able to kind of provide that sort of back and forth, that sort of guidance. And it was really great for them to be outside the sort of age segregated environments they're so often in. Jeanette, I'd like to throw this to you. If you were just sort of going completely blue sky, thinking of this as an inflection point where people can sort of stop, take stock, and do some things really differently going forward, can you think of maybe 2 things that you'd counsel us to give some thought to?
I would actually piggyback exactly on what Angela stated as well and bring it down even lower for age group. We often look at poverty, children who may be more marginalized because of economic reasons, and automatically look at them as from a deficit point of view, instead of looking at what they bring to all of us and their voice, even the youngest, having that voice, that empowerment, and not being judged, to me, is the ideal shift that as a nation we should have, not only in our education environments, but every single environment. Similarly for adults, for parents, to consider that, again, parents who are often considered marginalized in marginalized settings, we automatically, again, look at from a deficit point of view. Oh my goodness, what an opportunity to take what we've seen, the resilience, the impact, the thriving, and look at that, respect that, but include that and hear those voices.
Well, that seems as good a note to end on as we could possibly hope for. I love that. Thank you both so much for being with us today. This was really a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Let's take a final look with artist Excel Van Kwai for our visual gratitude journal. Thank you to our audience members for submitting what you are grateful for. For strategies on how to be happier, please welcome Dan Harris, weekend anchor of ABC's Good Morning America and author of 10% Happier, and Susan Salney, contributor to Atlantic Live.
Well, good afternoon, Dan, and thanks for being with us today to share some of the life-enhancing skills that you've discovered, some of them the hard way, over the course of your career in the news. It would be helpful for the audience to know how an ABC News anchor ends up also being a popular writer and thought leader in the field of meditation and happiness. And I understand it all started with a panic attack. How so?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I had a panic attack on an obscure ABC News broadcast that you're familiar with from your time at ABC News called Good Morning America. This was back in 2004, so a while ago. I was anchoring what are called the news reads, or the news updates that used to happen at the top of each hour. We don't do this anymore, but we used to have somebody come on at the top of each hour and read some headlines. At that time, it was done by a woman named Robin Roberts, who's now the main host of the show. And I was filling in for her, which I had done many times. But on this morning, things did not go well. I was a few seconds into reading my stories off of the teleprompter, and I just lost it. My heart started racing, my mouth dried up, my palms were sweating, my lungs seized up. I was really unable to speak, which is pretty inconvenient if you're trying to anchor the news. And I kind of squeaked out a back to you to the main hosts of the show. And after that, I went to a doctor to try to figure out what went wrong. And he asked me a bunch of questions. And one of the questions was, do you do drugs? And I kind of sheepishly said yes. Little backstory here. I had spent many of the years leading up to my panic attack in war zones as a very ambitious young reporter. So I was in Afghanistan and Iraq and the Middle East, often for weeks or months at a time. And I come home from doing that work and I got depressed. And I did a very dumb thing, which is I started to self-medicate with recreational drugs, including cocaine. I wasn't high on the air, and my drug career was pretty unspectacular, but the doctor told me that I had done enough drugs to change my brain chemistry and make it more likely for me to freak out. So in that moment, I quit doing drugs, and that ultimately led me to meditation.
Oh, well, thank you for your honesty about all of that. There were obviously things you learned that you thought could be helpful for other people, particularly skeptical scientific types like reporters. Hence one of your books, and I love the title, Meditation for Fidgety Skeptics. What helped you overcome your own skepticism about meditation?
Primarily the science. I was raised by academic physicians, and I'm married to an academic physician, and I was not good at math in school, so I, wear makeup and talk to television cameras for a living. But I have a lot of respect for science, even though I can't really do it. And after I had the panic attack and I started doing a lot of therapy, I was kind of looking around for, ways to not be such a moron anymore. And I kind of stumbled into the self-help world, which was not a pretty place, and we can talk about that if you want. But I started to come across some of the evidence that suggested meditation is really good for you. And this was in the late 2000s. So it was before meditation was cool. And I kind of had this sense of, oh, this is a story that hasn't really been told. There's all this research that strongly indicates or strongly suggests that, short daily doses of meditation can lower your blood pressure, boost your immune system, and literally rewire key parts of the brain that have to do with self-awareness, attention regulation or focus, stress. And I never really thought about meditation, was not on my radar, wasn't interesting to me in any way. I had a bit of a strong anti-hippie bias since my parents were recovering hippies and they had made me do yoga classes when I didn't want to do it. But I started, when I saw the science, I started to do it, and I saw some benefits in my own life, and off to the races.
It sounds like you tapped into that old saying, trust but verify. On your podcast, your app, and in your books, you try to make meditation approachable by encouraging people to forget perfection, right? And focus on small, manageable steps. You say, even 1 minute daily-ish, another phrase I really like, daily-ish counts. Why do you think it's so necessary to remind people of that?
Well, there's kind of two parts to that answer. Well, one, in terms of perfection, it is not on offer. And I mentioned that I had spent some time kind of looking around in the self-help world. And I was more than a little turned off by some of what I saw there, where you have people who are, preaching the power of positive thinking, this idea that you can solve all of your problems by, controlling your thoughts in some way. It's just not true. And, if there was one thing that was going to make you not 10% happier, but 100% happy, why do they keep writing books? If there was one thing, just write it down on a piece of paper and let us know. It doesn't work that way. There is no silver bullet. What is interesting to me about meditation, and this is again backed up by the science, is that what the science is showing us is that happiness isn't a factory setting. You aren't as happy now as you're ever going to be, and you're stuck with your current levels of happiness or calm or patience or gratitude. These are all skills that you can take responsibility for and train. That's really compelling, and it's not going to solve all of your problems, and you're not going to get perfect at any of these things ever. You can, however, get better over time. As it comes to when it comes to sort of starting a meditation habit, this is another area where you're not going to be perfect. And I think it's really important to know that we all struggle with forming healthy habits. It's just a very hard thing to do. Evolution did not bequeath us a mind that is good at long-term healthy habits. It's very good at like threat detection and looking for food. So I think even though that sounds pessimistic, just saying it is a relief, because then we can go into the process of trying to boot up a habit, whether it's meditation or exercise or whatever, with a little humility and a sense of exploration and experimentation. And so what I tell people who are looking to start is 1 minute counts. In other words, set the bar low. And this is backed up by evidence around human behavior change. And the other is daily-ish, also backed up by evidence. If you tell yourself you're going to do something every day, well, the first time you miss a day, the voice in your head, your ego, which is what we're working with in meditation, is likely to swoop in and tell you a whole story about how you're a failed meditator, and then, deuces, I'm out. And so I really try to, lower the bar so that it becomes easier to vault over it. And again, this seems to be backed up by evidence around human behavior change.
Some people may also have outdated notions about what it takes to reach a Zen state of mind, right? From the past, and thinking that you have to be as quiet and still and thoughtful as the Buddha. And that's just not the case, as you said.
I think that's an incredibly important point you're making there, Susan, because I've often joked that meditation's been on the receiving end of the worst marketing campaign for anything ever, because the way it's presented to us by the Buddha statues sitting outside the airport spas, or the shots of celebrities looking like they're, with these beatific looks on their faces, like they're floating off into the cosmos in a bubble of, impenetrable bliss or whatever. This is just not how it goes. This is not how meditation goes. And many of us sit down to meditate and notice that we're very, very distractible. And then we, again, the voice in our head tells us a story about how I can't do this. I have a sort of bespoke lunacy that nobody else can understand, possibly. But I call that the fallacy of uniqueness. This is the human mind. And the point of meditation is not to clear your mind. That is impossible unless you're enlightened or you've died. The point is instead to focus the mind for a few nanoseconds at a time, usually on something like the feeling of your breath coming in and going out. And then you're going to get distracted a million times. And every time you notice you've become distracted, you start again and again and again. That is like a bicep curl for your brain. And that is what shows up in the brain scans of people who meditate. So we're not trying to reach some special state. We're just trying to focus just a little bit, and then notice when we become distracted and start again and again and again. And that waking up from distraction is not proof that you're a bad meditator. It's actually proof that you're doing it right, because the point of the whole exercise is to get more familiar with the cacophony inside your head so that it doesn't own you as much. That is the game.
That is fantastic. Let me ask you about the pandemic. How have you managed to keep yourself at least 10% happier during this past year? And for those of you who not know, 10% Happier is the title of one of Dan's books.
I haven't always, it sucked. I don't think it's, and look, I'm incredibly privileged. I mean, I'm one of the most privileged human beings who's ever walked the planet. So I don't want to downplay that. And yet, living through a pandemic with a 6-year-old, and all the other things that have happened, the political polarization, the racial reckoning, which has been, I think, incredibly needed. All of this adds up to a very stressful environment in which to be a human being. And I'm not immune to that. And so there have been times where my anxiety has really peaked, or feelings of depression, where just, everything seems so samey, and I can't really get interested in things. And so, yeah, just because I have done a reasonable amount of meditation and write books about it doesn't mean I'm no longer buffeted by, the same winds that hit all of us. However, what I think really the benefit of meditation for me, or one of them, is just an increased resilience. I'm better able to notice when I'm in a rut, and I have more tools to get out of it.
I like another phrase you use. It's inner weather. So how's your inner weather? What is that exactly?
This is just what it's like inside your head. And I think for most of us, well, let me put it this way. I think for me, pre-meditation, I really didn't have that much self-awareness. Yeah, I mean, I was as solipsistic as anybody else, and I would think about the what's going on in my life and how did I handle X or Y situation? Where is my life going? Yeah, so was reflective on that level, but I didn't have much sense of like what was actually happening in my head right now. And as a consequence, I mean, many of us are just sort of totally entranced, ensorcelled by this nonstop conversation coursing through our heads. And when you don't see it, when you have no visibility into all the random thoughts and urges and emotions just popping up and passing away in your mind, then you're just owned by it. And that certainly was the case for me. And, you know, you can find yourself with your hand in the fridge when you're not hungry, or you're checking your email in the middle of a conversation with somebody, or you're losing your temper when it's strategically unwise. And so for me, getting some visibility into that has two benefits. One, at least two benefits. One is that it kind of, you're less owned by it. So I might notice that I'm getting angry, but I'm less likely to say the thing that's going to ruin the next 48 hours of my marriage, or I'm less likely to eat a whole sleeve of Oreos because I have some self-awareness and I can see the anger come up and I can let it pass. The other is the sort of net effect of having that skill, and that skill goes by the name of mindfulness. Having more mindfulness kind of just overall calms you down. You're getting in less fights. You're not re-upping your anger. So anger kind of just, as a friend of mine, Sam Harris, talks about, anger has its own half-life. You know, left on its own, something happens to you, you might get angry for a few minutes, but it will die off eventually. But we tend to sort of neurotically obsess about it. So we can take what might naturally have been 2 minutes of anger and stretch it out into 2 hours, 2 days, a lifetime. And the delta, the difference between the amount of damage you can do in 2 hours of anger and 2 minutes, I mean, that is incredible. And so the overall inner weather gets positive. And I think that, the overall inner weather gets balmier. And I think that can create a positive upward spiral where your inner weather is warmer, your relationships improve. And because our relationships are probably the most important contributor to our flourishing and well-being, your inner weather then gets warmer, and then your relationships improve even more. And then you're in what I call like the gooey or cheesy upward spiral. I don't want to indicate that this is, you know, like I'm in this upward spiral in perpetuity. The opposite spiral, which a friend of mine calls the toilet vortex, that is always available to me, and I hop in all the time. So I am not perfected. It's just that I'm better at going on the more positive route occasionally.
Mm-hmm. So for our last question, I want to in the audience, Patricia says, I have a colleague who seems like he'd really benefit from meditation, but finds meditation to actually be stressful. Can you address this, how some people can be stressed out by meditation?
There are a couple ways in which meditation can be stressful. One is if you're going into it like I often still do, so I want to own that this is not unnatural. If you're going into it like a type A person trying to win, it's likely to be very frustrating because you're going to try to, let me just describe what meditation often entails. Beginning mindfulness meditation usually involves, sitting or lying down, bringing your full attention to the feeling of your breath coming in and going out. And then every time you get distracted, you start again and again and again. Well, if you're trying to win at this, if you're getting too tight around the breath, things are going to go poorly for you. Expectation is the most noxious guest you can bring to the meditation party. And we are trained as type A people, as go-getters, Western individualists, to, try to win at everything we do. And this requires a little bit of a settling back from that. So that's one way in which it can be stressful. And so I think going in knowing that getting distracted and starting again is not proof that you're failing at meditation. It is proof that you're doing it correctly. I think just going in knowing that can really take it down a notch. And then the other thing I would say is that for some people, the breath itself is an anxiogenic. It can cause anxiety. So I for those people, I would recommend using a different, now I'm going to use a term of art here in meditation, but use a different meditation object. In other words, pick something else to focus on or meditate on. So it could be just the feeling of your full body sitting. Could be sounds in your environment. There's another form of meditation that I like that's actually a little, for some people, it can strike them as a little sappy, myself included. It's called loving kindness meditation, where you picture various people and you send them good vibes through phrases like, may you be happy. That can be a really, if you can get over the hump, the sort of Valentine's Day with a gun to your head hump, there's a ton of evidence that this kind of meditation has positive physiological, psychological, and even behavioral impacts. So to our questioner's friend, I would say, 1, lower your expectations, and 2, maybe explore different kinds of meditation.
Fantastic advice. Dan, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for everything you've shared and for being with us today, increasing our happiness. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me. Great to see you.
And now, our next message from the Dalai Lama.
Animals have no sort of sophisticated mind. So simply, their food, okay, there are no immediate threat, then feel peace, happy. Now, since we human beings, a lot of a complicated mind, with that, a lot of desire, a lot of doubt. So more, more problem. So actually, the happiness and sadness ultimately depend on our own mind. So now, it is wrong. We cannot say, since these sophisticated mind create a lot of problem, so without much thinking, just meditate, that also wrong. We have to sort of utilize fully about our mind. So, we human beings, unlike other animals, there are a lot of problem created by mind, human mind itself. So the remedy, also you see, within human.
Next up, a discussion on the role of faith. Please welcome spiritual leader and author Bishop T.D. Jakes and Atlantic staff writer Emma Green.
Hey there, this is Emma Green. I'm a staff writer at The Atlantic where I cover religion. And with me today is Bishop T.D. Jakes, who runs the ministry, The Potter's House in Dallas, Texas, and is one of the most prominent pastors in America, here to talk about the role of faith and happiness. Bishop Jakes, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about how your faith life has changed during the pandemic.
I think it has become more practical, more pragmatic, in the sense of it loses some of its euphoria with the onslaught of tragedy and adversity, and becomes more a place of refuge than it had been before. Before it was more a catalyst for accomplishment. Now it becomes an instrument through which I have the assurance that ultimately things will work out the way they're supposed to.
Are there rituals that you've incorporated or practices that you've tried to develop to seek that refuge that you're talking about?
Well, the Bible says that faith is the substance of things hoped for. And so in order for faith to have something to cling to, we have to be in touch with what we're hoping for. And I think adjusting our expectations to an appropriate level that is not influenced by either our experiences or what we see other people doing or having where we expect certain things out of life and we take them in stride rather than to try to control everything that is happening around us. It's very, very helpful in becoming more happy as a person.
Hmm. You know, I wonder, as a person of faith and a pastor, whether you think happiness is even the right goal for what people should be seeking. Do you think that that really resonates with people, or is there something deeper or different that you would describe as kind of the ultimate striving of a person of faith?
You know, I'm so glad you said that because the word happiness handcuffs me a little bit because the root word is hap. That means something has to happen, you know, in order for us to achieve happiness. And it's an awkward word for a person of faith to use. I would prefer to use the word peace. Uh, and peace would within itself bring what we call happiness. And in order to attain peace, one has to be at one with yourself, not arguing with yourself, not divided within yourself, uh, not conflicted on the inside. And in order to do that, you have to shut out all the outside voices and look within. And there are periods where I fast from media, from all contaminants, from the phone, and just try to find my center, go back to my core, go back to, I think gratitude is such an important instrument for peace to thrive in. Looking at the things that are working and looking at the things that we're grateful for and listing those things have been influential in my own life. And as a pastor, we have a proclivity to be drawn to people who need us, but an oversaturation of people who need us without balancing it with people who feed us. And then the third category is people who just know us. They neither feed us nor need us, they just feed us. The people who need us are making withdrawals. The people who feed us are making deposits, which keep us from bankruptcy, where we bankrupt emotionally. And then people who just know us, neither feeding us nor needing us, but reminding us not to take ourselves too seriously, to laugh and talk and not solve all the problems of the world in a day. Living within that triad of need, feed, and know us is a place of peace and tranquility. Often we don't make room for people who feed us, and disproportionately the people who need us consume us, and then for people who just know us, from which we have no need for pretense or performance, just presence. Uh, Quite frankly, my wife has been very helpful in teaching me to appreciate a presence over being a present to people. Just being present, present in the moment, present in the situation. When you're at home, really be there, not to be at work while you're at home, which is kind of funny because I'm at home and at work right now. But at a certain point, I will end all of that and really be at home and do things that reinforce that we are at home, and just where our presence is the gift. There's nothing to be won, nothing to be lost. Just being present is enough. The release of that demand is quite peaceful, and it allows the soul to refurbish itself. And then making sure that we are fed. And when I say feed us, I mean spiritually, I mean intellectually, I mean emotionally, I mean psychologically, to attend events where we don't have to perform, where we're exposed to different points of view and perspective, things that feed us spiritually, things that feed us emotionally, being affirmed that we're in a loving environment, which costs absolutely nothing. You can do it anywhere, regardless of your income, your status, your race, your level, or your politics. Those sorts of things that are void of perspective. Just a simple feeling of being fed emotionally. It's very, very important. But I found out that if you don't schedule those things and those people and those interactions into your day, the people who feed us have a tendency of jumping onto your calendar. The people who need us rather have a tendency of jumping on your calendar. The people who feed us are not going to force their way into our lives. We have to create spaces and then have the awareness to notice, gosh, when I'm around this person, I feel fed. I'm stimulated. I'm motivated. I'm uh, I'm more fulfilled. And to notice that, and to earmark that, and to schedule those interactions into our lives is important. And then those people who neither deposit nor withdraw, they're just hanging around us, reminding you of just the simplicity of being there and being present. All of that, to live within that triune of ideologies is very helpful in creating a climate of peace and tranquility, which translates into what we call happiness. But happiness in and of itself, it leaves the impetus on something to happen and for which I am happy about. And so you're going to be schizophrenic because you can't always control whether something is going to happen that makes you happy or not. But peace is something you can have in the middle of a storm.
Yeah. You know, I wonder your perspective on the lessons of the Bible in how people live and what brings about that peace. You know, Jesus in the Bible was a man who threw off wealth and trappings of material life. He hung out with lepers and prostitutes. He was very much someone who humbled himself in order to find that sense of spiritual elevation, to sort of live out what he thought was a godly life. And I wonder how important you think material wealth and goods are to our happiness, or whether those are distractions or get in the way of our pursuit of peace.
Well, first, I want to make sure that we understand that Jesus was pretty well rounded. He did associate with the have-nots, but he also associated with the people that have. And the Bible is filled with both instances where he surrounded himself with various types of people. Zacchaeus, the tax collector, who invited him to stay with his house, he had the ability to interact with them. Mary, Martha, and Lazarus, who were wealthy enough to be able to entertain Jesus in his home, weren't necessarily poor people. But on the other hand, he did not shun the poor and the needy. And finding that balance where you can walk with kings and not lose the common touch, I think is very important. And it isn't the accumulation of things that is dangerous to our happiness, it is the love of those things. I often tell people God doesn't mind you having things, He minds things having you. And anytime you define happiness in terms of your environment, the level of life you live on, and I can only be happy if I have this kind of car, that kind of car, then they become idols in our lives. And it contradicts everything that matters spiritually. Anytime we allow the things that we have, our gross income, our wealth, our notoriety, how people talk about us, to become the substratum of where our happiness comes from, we're gonna be setting ourselves up for disaster. And I think it's important that we have a well balanced life, that we touch all levels of people, that we interact with them, recognizing that at the core, they are all people, regardless of their income and regardless of your income. And Paul said, I have learned whatever state I'm in, therewith to be content, whether to abase or to abound. He said, I've learned how to be content when things were going well externally, excessively so. I've learned how to abase. I've learned how to do without those things because my peace is not predicated on either extreme. It's not like I can only have peace if I'm poor. I can only have peace if I'm hungry. I can only have peace if I have no gas money. I can only have peace if I can't send my kids to school. We don't want to glorify poverty no more than we glorify wealth. What we want to do is have something, a peace that transcends the fluctuations of life. And Paul said, I've learned whatever state I'm in, therewith to be content. So contentment is not predicated upon what's up, what's above us, what is affluent. But on the other hand, the myth that peace is predicated on poverty only means you've never been poor. I've been both, and being poor does not necessarily mean you're at peace if you can't feed your children. So having our needs met, having those needs realistic, but not allowing ourselves to come to the point that we are seekers of things more than seekers of God is a mature thought that a spiritual person needs to have in order to be able to flourish, because their peace is not predicated upon their position at that time. Positions fluctuate. You can have a job and lose it. You can have a house and lose it. You can have a friend and lose them. Those things fluctuate in everybody's life. And what Jesus teaches us is how to go in and out and find green pastures, how to make yourself content in moments of lack, how to make yourself content in moments of abundance, because neither one of them are your center. You are centered from that which is spiritual and not that which is tangible, regardless of which way you go.
Well, may we all have more days of abundance ahead, especially after this really challenging year. Thank you so much, Bishop Jakes, for joining us and sharing some of those reflections.
It's a real pleasure. Good to see you.
And now, please welcome Arthur Brooks and Deepak Chopra.
Since I've been studying happiness, I've noticed that there are two very distinct camps. There are the people who consider themselves to be on the scientific side of the study of happiness, the social scientists, the neuroscientists. Those are the people who are looking at the empirical evidence based on treatment and control experiments. It's really great stuff. There are hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of articles on the science of happiness. On the other side of the divide, you typically find people who are coming at the pursuit of happiness more from a philosophical and from a spiritual angle. These are the people that are looking at the ideas from the Greek philosophers to the ancient Egyptians, to the writings of the Vedanta, the people who are looking at what's going on in Buddhism, and they're putting it together in a kind of a metaphysical way. Now, the truth is, those of us who care about happiness, which is to say every person putting one foot in front of the other, trying to get, through life, we know that there's something to be gained from both of these camps. Trouble is, there aren't very many people who try to synthesize these two bodies of knowledge. There are very few scientists, people working in the world of social science, of medicine, of neuroscience, who also know a lot about the spiritual arts, about the philosophy behind what a good life well lived is all about. Well, I have this wonderful pleasure of having a friend who is the best person in the world at the nexus of these two bodies. This is a person who's made his name as a man of medicine, but also a man of spirituality, and somebody who's changed my life as much as anybody else. This is the great Deepak Chopra. His work is about flourishing, properly understood from every angle, the physical through to the metaphysical. And I am so delighted, so honored, and so happy to bring him to this audience today. Hello, Deepak, my dear friend.
It's great to be with you, Arthur. I hope you're well.
I am. I haven't seen you in person in months, I suppose more than a year. And I've missed that, but I've followed everything that you're doing, and you continue to enrich lives even behind the screen of COVID. It's really wonderful. How have you been?
I'm doing very well, reinventing my body, resurrecting my soul.
And you have a brand new book out called Total Meditation, which is enriching people. You're about your 90th book. What a wonderful blessing to the world.
Thank you.
We have a little bit of time together, and I want to talk from your unique perspective about the main subject of this conference, which is the pursuit of happiness. But it's happiness per se. And I'm going to start at the beginning because you have a unique take on this that most of the other people who are participating in this conference don't. I'm just going to ask for a little bit of definitional knowledge from your perspective. And when people ask, what is happiness?
Happiness is an internal state of euphoria. But Arthur, when you talk about the pursuit of happiness, that's what social scientists are doing, and that's what your program is entitled. The pursuit of happiness always implies that there is a reason for happiness. When you have happiness for no reason whatsoever, that's called joy. So joy is our innate state when there is no struggle or resistance to existence. You know that existence spontaneously takes care of itself. You did nothing to be born. And from a fertilized egg, you became 60 trillion cells without your help. After that, you became a baby, a toddler. Right now, what are you doing to regulate your heartbeat or your immune system or anything that's happening? Nothing. It's evolving because it is the Shakti or the power that we call Ananda Shakti in Vedanta. Ananda Shakti is the Shakti of power of spontaneous joy, which is our internal state. Now, when we pursue happiness, it's because we've been resisting existence. That's every definition of stress is just that. The perception of threat, whatever you want to call it, psychological, emotional, spiritual, whatever, that is when you start to resist the spontaneous, creative play of consciousness as it evolves into higher consciousness, insight, intuition, imagination, creativity, a vision for greatness and transcendence. You don't need to pursue happiness. But having said that, social scientists do talk about the pursuit of happiness. And these days, there are many versions of the so-called happiness formula. So H is equal to S plus C plus V is the standard formula. H stands for happiness, is equal to S. Set point in the brain. Do you look at life as an opportunity or as a problem? Plus C, conditions of living, financial conditions included. Plus V, the choices we make every day, either for personal pleasure or for fulfillment or meaning or purpose. That's the happiness pursuit. But once you stop resisting it, you get in touch with your innermost being, your true self. It's spontaneously joyful. No reason.
This is this wonderful perspective that basically says that the problem with the pursuit of happiness is that we're focusing on chasing it. Whereas in reality, Deepak Chopra is telling all of us that happiness is chasing us. And if we would simply stop running away from it, to turn around, to embrace it, that happiness would find us. That is the end of resistance. Is this a fair metaphor, a fair way to understand how the bliss of non-resistant joy can envelop each one of us?
Right, Arthur. You see, we pursue joy when joy is our innate state. So what we achieve as success out there, happiness out there, personal relationships, social interactions, even financial success, if you come from joy, then that becomes the outcome. On the other hand, if the outcome is joy, then you're going to do all the things that everybody is talking about these days, and they work to some extent. So, in again, the existential traditions of India and Vedanta and Buddhism and Kashmir Shaivism, they say you can do all the things you can do to achieve happiness. So let's say you have the best relationships in the world. You're happy most of the time. You have lots of money. You have power. You have status. Everybody thinks you're amazing. Well, you're going to be happy, but you're also going to start worrying, when am I going to lose that? Okay, when am I going to lose this agency of happiness that I have now? Or agency of power? Or agency that gives me status in the world? There's a little discomfort. that you might lose it. Okay, that's one thing. But the other thing is, no matter how happy you are, the day will come, Arthur, when you will be very old. If you live healthy, if you have a good life, then the day will come when you'll get quite old. There will be infirmity and there will be death. So this is what gave rise to the spiritual traditions. What is the answer to real happiness? What is the answer to human suffering? Is it happiness, or it could be something else? And what the answer seems to be in Eastern wisdom traditions, whether it's the teaching of Buddha or anybody else, they say there are 5 causes for existential suffering. Number 1, not knowing who you are. You confuse yourself with your selfie. You replace your selfie with your selfie, and the selfie changes all the time. So you get nervous. The second cause of unhappiness or suffering is grasping and clinging at experience which is ephemeral, which is transient, which is ungraspable. It's like grasping at your breath. You try to hold it, you'd suffocate. So clinging, grasping, attachment at experience which is ephemeral, impermanent, transitory, and ungraspable. That's the second cause of human suffering. The third is recoiling from the same thing. Experience of pain maybe, but that too is ungraspable and ephemeral and uncatchable. The fourth is identifying with your ego identity, thinking you are a little homunculus squeezed into the volume of a body in the span of a lifetime. And the fourth is the fear of death. So fifth is the fear of death. This is what causes suffering, and no amount of external happiness can alleviate you of existential suffering. You have to discover yourself, and that's a joyful journey in itself.
So to understand this, a lot of people today are, they want to be happy because everybody wants to be happy, but there's a lot of people who are unhappy. A lot of people are suffering. And so what you're telling us, which is so different than what so many people are telling us in the world of happiness, is that happiness is our natural patrimony. Happiness is our natural state, but we're blocking that happiness through 5 means. We're suffering not because unhappiness is our state. We're suffering because we're not allowing happiness to find us. We're not allowing happiness to pursue us. This is really important. We're talking about the pursuit of happiness. We should allow happiness to pursue Deepak, and happiness to pursue Arthur, and happiness to pursue each one of us. And what we're doing to impede the pursuit of us by happiness is the focus on the non-self, the clinging to inadequate things, dukkha in Sanskrit, of course, the pain that we have around us in our lives, the ego self, and the fear of death. And so if we can confront these barriers, if we can pull down these impediments, joy will find us. Is that the lesson?
That is the lesson. That joy is called Ananda Shakti. It's also called Kriya Shakti. Kriya Shakti means power. Actually, it means the divine feminine. Shakti is the word for the divine feminine. So there's Ananda Shakti, which is the Shakti of the divine feminine as spontaneous joy. But there's something called Kriya Shakti. When you have spontaneous joy, you also have spontaneous correct choice making. By correct choice making means not in anticipation of a response, not through a regretful memory or not through resistance, but just the most evolutionary response right now without thinking about it. And what's the most evolutionary response? Which creates joy for everyone else. So that's called Kriya Shakti. And there's Ichha Shakti, which is the Shakti of intention or desire. Is it all about yourself, or is it about everybody else as well? And so that's called Kriya Shakti. And then there's Gyan Shakti, the intellectual understanding that comes that happiness doesn't have to be pursued, as you said, it's pursuing you. So all of this can be actually summarized, Arthur, in the word yoga. So, of course, yoga is very popular these days. So people think, it's going to a studio and doing the exercise and breathing techniques, which it is. That's the physical aspect of yoga. That's called Raj Yoga. Yoga ultimately means union with the divine in you, or with the consciousness in you, or with the infinite in you. That's the word yoga means that. So once you're connected to the source of all existence, you're a yogi. Now, there are many kinds of yogas. Raj Yoga is what we do every day. If you do it, you do some breathing, you cultivate a joyful, energetic body, and you maximize your strength, you eat right, you sleep right, and all of those things. That's called Raj Yoga, the royal yoga. You take care of your body, your heart, your mind. So for me, royal yoga is every day committing to a joyful, energetic body, loving, compassionate heart, clear mind, and lightness of being. That's Raj Yoga. But then the second yoga, immediately following it, is Bhakti Yoga. Now, a lot of people mistake Bhakti Yoga as devotion to an external God, which it can be. But actually, Bhakti Yoga means love in action, period. So every action that you perform is inspired by love, and then you do it because it's the right thing to do. So love without action is meaningless. Action without love is irrelevant. When every action is motivated, or I should say inspired by love in action, that's called the second yoga, the yoga of love. The third yoga is interesting. It's the yoga of the understanding that we call the intellect. So, when you look at reality from an intellectual point of view, you'll actually understand through the practice of yoga that there's no such thing as a physical world, that the whole physical world is a human construct for perception. And perceptions are experiences that we call qualia, qualities of awareness, like sensations, images, feelings, thoughts. But then we build a story around it and we call it reality. But it's not reality because our perceptions are inaccurate to begin with. My perceptions tell me that the earth is flat. Nobody believes that anymore. My perceptions tell me that the ground I'm walking on is stationary. I know it's spinning at dizzying speeds and hurtling through space at thousands of miles an hour. My perception tells me you're a physical body, but then I question which one? The fertilized ovum, the zygote, the embryo, the teenager, the one I'm seeing right now, the one that will be in the throes of death a few years from now. So when we start to examine the intellect, we realize it's all magical lies. It's totally magical lies, and we base our technology and science on magical lies. And yet it works. That's the beauty of it. But in the Vedanta, this is called the mistake of the intellect. There's no external world. There's no physical body. These are human constructs for sensations, perceptions, images, feelings, and thoughts, which are entirely human. They're not the experiences of an insect with 100 eyes or a bat that knows reality through the echo of ultrasound. So Vedanta cuts the chase, cut the veil of ignorance, and recognize that what you call the physical world is your projection. And what scientists call the physical world is an expression of what is called naive realism. Even Einstein was a naive realist, because according to current scientific naive realism, the physical world exists independent of our experience of it. And immediately you should say, then how do you prove that? How do you prove that the physical world, or what you call the physical world, exists in the absence of any experience? In fact, there is no physical world. This is the mistake of the intellect, which
is the illusion. This is the illusion ultimately. Deepak, before we have to go ahead.
Last Jnana Yoga is the yoga of the intellect, and the final yoga, Karma Yoga, which means do what needs to be done and don't worry about the results. Offer the results to the divine. Now you're really happy. You have nothing to worry about because, when it's not personal, there's no anxiety.
Right. Deepak, I want to see if I can. You've given us so much. You've given us hours, days, years of to work on in our lives. But I want to see if we can close with a summary of action items and exercises for our audience here today, based on the wisdom that you shared with us today. Number one, we need to reframe the pursuit of happiness. And each one of us needs to contemplate, to meditate on the fact that according to your view, that happiness pursues us. And only when we turn around the nature, the directionality of the pursuit, will we be open to being found as opposed to finding the thing. The second big point, the second big lesson that you've given us is that what stands in the way of being caught, of being pursued, is basically fear and ego and attachment. These are the big barriers that help us to not actually see the nature of ourselves, to be in touch with our joy, to have happiness find us. And so we need to meditate now in the quiet of our homes, in our lives. What are the attachments that are holding me back? What are the attachments that are putting up a barrier to the joy that wants to hunt me down? And then finally, what does it actually mean to live this in our lives? And this is the last part that you talked about, which is you talked about love, and you talked about compassion, and you talked about sharing, and ultimately the illusion that Deepak and Arthur are different people. That illusion is created because we don't understand properly the bonds of love. And when we can understand the bonds of love that breaks down the illusion of the difference between the individuals per se, then we can share this great insight with other people. And so the last meditation for each one of our listeners, for each one of our viewers today, is say, what can I do to share more love and hence more joy with other people today? Number one, be pursued. Number two, confront your attachments and fear. And number three, love other people fully so that happiness can pursue them as well. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, and don't be bamboozled by the construct called matter. Matter is a superstition, and everything that we do right now is the pursuit of matter in the form of this or a dollar bill or whatever. And so the attachment is always to the attachment of a superstition and to impermanence. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy the great things of life and enjoy technology and enjoy good food or entertainment. It's the play of consciousness, and it comes and it goes. So if you're attached to something that's impermanent, you're going to lose it anyway. So why do you pursue this kind of addiction? So when you talk about attachment, there's only 3 addictions, by the way, that we need to be careful about. First is the addiction to security. That is the biggest cause of insecurity. When you recognize that existence takes care of itself, you don't need security. The second is the addiction to sensation, which includes everything from sex to alcohol to drugs to any kind of sensation. And sensation is very enjoyable unless you stop enjoying it, which is called addiction. Addiction means you can't get enough of what you don't want anymore. And the third is the addiction to power. So if you get rid of these 3 addictions, you're on your way. And these 3 addictions are what is preventing us from spontaneous joy.
What a joy that you've given me today. You've brought me a little bit closer to being pursued by my own happiness, and to all of us, and on behalf of all of us, the wonderful Deepak Chopra, my mentor and friend. Thank you. Thank you so much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. All my love to you.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that conversation with Deepak Chopra as much as I did. It's really on my mind right now, but I want to take 5 minutes now as we close out our day to summarize what we've learned over the course of this day. It can be actually pretty confusing. We've had so much knowledge, we've had so many stimuli, we've had so many wonderful bits of wisdom that have come at us that it's easy to become overwhelmed by it. Now, all of the information that you've gotten will be able to access on YouTube. Everything is going to be memorialized in the information and the archives of what we're doing for this. And we hope the first of many conferences like that. But for right now, as you think about what you're going to be talking about around your dinner time conversation tonight, telling other people what you learned today, I want to take a quick shot in just 5 minutes of summarizing the big themes of the day, and then some action items, the method on how we can put these ideas into action in our own lives. So let's start with the big themes of the day, which are really threefold, and they're summed up on this slide. And once again, you'll have access to this, so don't worry about taking notes if you don't want to. Number one, this is something we've heard from people all day long. We heard this from T.D. Jakes, we heard this from Deepak Chopra, we heard this from Vivek Murthy, we heard this from Jean Twenge, and all of our conversation partners this morning. Treat your life like a happiness enterprise. Treat your happiness as a project, as an adventure. And that means basically don't expect others to make you happy. It's your adventure, not somebody else's adventure. You're not putty in somebody else's hands. Other people can affect you, but ultimately, your life is your startup, not somebody else's. Second, you can get happier no matter where you start. It's very important to remember this, that the data are very clear. This is not aspirational. This is not self-help. This is what the studies show. You can get happier. How? By working for it, not by wishing for it. You've met many people in your lives who they wish things were better, and you ask them what they're doing to make it better, and they say nothing. That's how it works with happiness as well. Wishing doesn't help. Working for it, and you've learned many techniques today on how to make that so. The second big theme we've heard from speaker after speaker after speaker is to avoid big happiness errors, which we tend to be prone to. Number one, there is no right happiness profile. You all took a happiness test. I showed you my data on the happiness test. My own happiness levels are a little bit lower, even in the group of people that are looking at this today. The world has a place for everybody. There's nothing that's right. We have a baseline, and we all have gifts. We all have something to add, but understanding ourselves, that knowledge truly is a gift and truly is power. The world is full of false idols for happiness. You heard this from Laurie Santos. You heard this from Gretchen Rubin. You heard this from people all day long, that when we search for money and power and pleasure and fame and look for our happiness in those false idols, we won't find satisfaction. We won't find well-being. We find those things in philosophy and faith and spirituality. In family life, we find those things in relationships and love through friendship, and in work that serves others, lifts other people up, in which we can earn our own success. And finally, our happiness instincts are often wrong. Mother Nature doesn't care very much if we're happy. That's in our hands. There's lots of evolutionary reasons that happiness isn't that important. It's important to us, it just isn't important to necessarily to evolution. And the one big takeaway, the one big thing that every single person today talked about, the secret to happiness, if you can just remember one thing from today, is that happiness is love. You cannot have happiness without love. You cannot pursue happiness without pursuing love. And if you were listening to Deepak Chopra, you cannot actually be happy without having love pursue you, whether that's love for the divine, love for your family, love for your friends, love for humanity, and the love that we have here at the Atlantic for all of you. Now, let's go to the methods, and I'm going to close this out before we end today's festival. The method for doing what I'm talking about here. So that'll be the next slide, if we can bring that one up. The method basically just has three parts. Understand, apply, and share. You've gotten all this information today. It's based on tons of studies and all kinds of wisdom and lots of common sense. But basically, you need to do three things if you want to be a happier person. And you wouldn't be here if you didn't want to be a happier person. Understand the knowledge and science. Understand the ideas. Do the reading. Do the work. Think about these things. This is not just something you'll be absorbed through the ether. Second, do the work to apply these ideas in your life. Think about ways, I gave you over the course of the day a whole bunch of happiness exercises, and there are many that you can just devise for yourself simply by reading the science. If you read my column on Thursday mornings, I give examples of exercises that you can do every Thursday morning to put the science into practice, but you have to do that work, applying it to your life. And don't forget part 3 of the method, which is sharing these ideas with others. Happiness, when it's limbic, when it's in the lizard brain, can't help you very much. It's just a feeling. But if you make it metacognitive, you can move it to the prefrontal cortex, to your executive function, then you can manage it. How do you do that? You do that by articulating these ideas. You do that by describing to the people that you love what you learned here today. You share these ideas with others. In so doing, in sharing happiness ideas, sharing love with others, you magnetize yourself with these ideas. Again, this is not just a religious idea. This is based entirely on the science of happiness, and it converges with the spiritual, it converges with the metaphysical, with the transcendent. That's the best thing of all to remember about happiness, is that the philosophy and the science, they're never in conflict. They reinforce each other, iron sharpening iron. This has been a joy for me and my colleagues at The Atlantic. I'm so glad that you joined us. I hope that you'll keep these ideas in your heart, you'll spread these ideas, and again, if we can start a movement around the pursuit of happiness, if we can find a way to share it with other people, truly, we can change the world, starting right here on May 20th, virtually at the Atlantic Happiness Festival. The last word goes now to my colleague, Candace Montgomery. Over to Candace.
Please welcome back The Atlantic's Candace Montgomery.
Thank you, Arthur. And that concludes In Pursuit of Happiness. Thank you all for joining us today. And once again, we want to thank Equitable for their ongoing support of The Atlantic. Thanks to Netflix and Headspace for providing meaningful meditation moments, and to Bar 3 for our workout class this morning. We hope that over the past few hours, you learned something insightful on your path to finding and building happiness in your own lives. The Atlantic will continue to explore the pursuit of happiness, along with many more events on the calendar over the next few months, including our annual Atlantic Festival in September. Stay tuned for an email with those updates. Remember, mental health is wealth, and your happiness is non-negotiable. Take care, and thanks for watching.